So, as I said earlier, chat rooms, I'm tired. It's been a long couple days. The holidays are exhausting. Just didn't sleep as much as I should have. I was up kind of late yesterday, ate way too much food. I don't sleep super well when I'm stuffed. So, you know, I'm okay, but today's gonna be an easy stream for me. We're gonna keep it probably pretty similar to the previous few streams. Because damn it, it is still a holiday week. Twitch chat, if you want to help out the YouTube chat, absolutely no cost to you. There's a link. That link will take you to the YouTube stream, and if you leave a like on it and happen to have an extra tab or the internet bandwidth, you could also leave the stream running, which would, you know, double up the view count and help out a lot. It's Boxing Day. Yeah, it's the day to go punch fools in the face, right? Man, it's Boxing Day. I should be playing that Indiana Jones game. Just go punch a fascist. I mean, what? I had half of a white Christmas snowed a few days ago, and most of it still hadn't melted. Okay, close enough. Still counts. Yeah, no, I'm gonna try and walk up a mountain on Tuesday next week. So we'll see. And then my plan for the weekend is I'm going to take tomorrow off. Not gonna stream tomorrow because I streamed Monday. And then Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I'm going to be editing as much as I can. I'm gonna try and get a video done. I'm gonna try. We'll see. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. No huge promises, but if I can, that'd be cool. There's a preview of it for paying subscribers on my blog, if you want to go find it. Everything here in Atlantic Canada is still closed for Boxing Day. Big companies are open. So, like, big box stores are open, malls are open on Boxing Day. A lot of mom and pop shops are not. How are things today? I'm tired. Tired. That's how things are today. So Twitch chat, if you want, you can say hi, YouTube, if you would like to say hi to the VOD. Also, Twitch chat, just a heads up.
Dwarf redemptions are available.
And I need to go over here and click this button. All right, so we need to trade. Welcome to the port. Queuing green tea would like a dwarf, and so would Bast. Bastet wants a dwarf that has a beard that is named Bast, so you get Stukos. Bast is consumed by overpowering feelings of jealousy and is moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and he generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and prefers that everyone lives harmoniously as possible, though he's troubled by this nature as he prefers discord and debate at a more abstract level. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally can't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly, harmonious society, and doesn't respect the law, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He likes pig iron, star ruby, giant warthog leather, the color charcoal, narwhals for their horns, and when possible prefers to consume persimmon wine and mog juice, and absolutely hates purring maggots. He's married to Cybrek, who's a carpenter, and their only son is named Obak. And most recent thing he has to say is, I saw a dwarf recite, "The wise will tell," at the Gilded Mushrooms, and it is interesting. Clearly must be interesting. Welcome to the fort. Queuing green tea, what kind of dwarf would you like? Beardless military. I don't know if I'd recommend being in the military, but hey. We almost lost a bunch of our military to deadly blood. But how's this? Queuing green tea, you are a competent swords dwarfs. You're a legendary cook. You have a husband and a lover, neither of which live here. And She's private to the point of paranoia, unwilling to let basic information about her, unwilling to reveal even basic information about herself, cracks easily under pressure, and likes to brawl. Has a sense of duty and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing her mind, and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Often acts with compassion, isn't particularly interested in what others think of her, tends to be passive in discussions, and rolls her eyes when she's annoyed. She runs her fingers through her hair when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family and personally sees introspection as one of the most important, as most important. Doesn't care about art one way or another, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Are you still alive? Yep, still in charge. I mean, you're right there, Jasper. What else do you have? You're a former member of the Faith of Funerals, a former member of the Band of Voices, a member of the City of the Knowing Theater, and you're a member of the Farmers Guild. And your last name's Meshwhip. Yeah, no, you're still alive. You're right here. You don't have any kills yet. You're a little restless. You want to go read a book, I think. But you seem to like being in the military. You don't seem to hate your job. You are interested after teaching a lot of weaponry things. We recently butchered a Forgotten Beast right here. There's 306 Forgotten Beast meat right there, turns out. And dwarves are doing their best to haul them. Quickishly. So that's good. Does anybody here need a tour of the fort? The named dwarves in the fort are... Snail, who's not a dwarf, but a snail. Surprise. Baked Leech, who's also a snail. And Ilmirin, as well as Ben Gorgon and CESC. Orc with a Bow, Amethyst, Zwari HC, Bane, and Mini Monster, as well as Fishbone, Butch, the mayor, Prime Minister, the snail, is very slow to make decisions. Jeffrey and 404, who's a beetle. And we have Keen Cook, Chief Medical Dwarf. Dominok, the Captain of the Guard. And Jasper, the Militia Commander. Queuing Green Tea, obviously. Darius Cardin, Sakamura, and Dulcan. As well as a butt ton of peasants. And Elray, who's a performer, who's no longer pissed off, which is good, because this was one of the most pissed off dwarves in the fort for a while. So that's good. You'll love to see it. Right here, we just have a stack of tetrahedrite, which is all just getting made into silver and copper. We actually have forges up and running. So this is the front door, but this isn't always going to be the front door. The front door is eventually going to turn into this. This is going to be the front door. I want this to be the entrance of the fort. I want to hollow out chunks of this ice madness and build entrances around this, because I think that would be badass. So this is going to eventually end up being the front door. And above this, we've got various things. I managed to get a well functioning, although actually, doing things with this well might prove to be a challenge, because it's finite water, so I'm gonna have to redistribute lava to get more water into it or pump water in from somewhere else. But right now we do have a well, which is pretty cool, because all water freezes. Out here we have our guard goose, who let a were creature in recently, and I'm not thrilled. We've got some dead chinchillas, as they should be. Actually, it's kind of a lot of dead chinchillas, what the fuck? And then up here we've got the kind of the front door area. We're trying to redistribute food around slowly, because I got most of the stuff moved out, which is good. I'm thinking about maybe building a food storage beneath the tavern, which would probably be smart. And over here, we've just got temporary crafting, which hopefully we'll remove soon. Down here is the very unfinished hospital, but hey, it's got everything it needs. It's just full of rocks. We're working on it. And then over here, we've got our lava forges that I said. We've got some temples down here. One of them's full of rocks. One of them isn't. We've got lava flows, which I think look pretty hot. And over here, we've got an area that I'm quite proud of, which we're currently building up. We've got our tombs, and this is a very great statue of Ford Palm or Ford Plain, the cave crocodile. And Doran Judge Blockades, who is the first dwarf to horribly die of bleeding out after fighting with a forgotten beast with deadly blood. So I saw deadly blood work, and it was terrifying. Just a bunch of dwarves just erupt into spontaneous blood everywhere. It's pretty grim. But I would say the Ice Fort's going pretty good. Vakruk, we're just kind of doing a tour. Then this is our tavern. And then, like I said, this is all of our extra other crafting stuff that I'm trying to redistribute. Then we've got our bedroom set up, which these center rooms get progressively less interesting the further in you go. But we don't actually need that many more bedrooms right now. We're almost caught up. So that part's good. I will need another design for bedrooms at some point because I really like these, but I think I can do like maybe 2 or 3 more, and then I'm gonna need to start doing something else because I'm gonna start running out of space. I've crammed offices and bedrooms for nobles into these. They aren't quite satisfying them, but I'm gonna try and increase the value of them a little bit today, hopefully. So I think as far as noble bedrooms go, I think these are actually pretty cool. I quite like the way they look, just like crammed in around these other bigger things. Like this is the captain of the guard stuff, but he's not happy with his bedroom, so I need to increase the value of this. Could probably just engrave the floors though, or maybe just engrave the walls. Although I'm a little sketchy about engraving the walls. I don't really want to do that because if I engrave the walls and it doesn't satisfy him, then that just makes things worse because I need to go knock them down. But you know. Yeah. And then down here we've got our prison with a vampire in it. So that's something else we got to do today is I got to figure out what to do with a vampire. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. But he is definitely a vampire. I mean, he admitted to kills, and now he has 0 kills listed. So maybe we should just interrogate him a bunch more, actually. Maybe that's something we should do. Because I just need a closed case.
Crypt beer.
I also need some more chains. Which I could probably do. Montigore, thanks for the 16th month. Welcome back. Oh, that's a few more. It's 3 more. It's 10. I need 11. How long is his murder sentence? Not long enough. He's got another 55 days left. I want to say it was like 250. It's like 240 something. Days in prison. So not long enough. So he's going to be let out soon. So we are going to have to figure out what to do with the mayor. Oh, right, yeah. These were all the combat logs for everybody that died. And also there's another Forgotten Beast that just appeared, but I want to say it also already died. Yes, it did already die. But now we got to trade. Because I don't think I brought anything over here. Dwarves have very mild punishments for murder, yeah. I do genuinely think that it's funnier that you can get practically a death sentence for, like, selling socks when you're not supposed to, but, like, murder? Yeah, they're very soft on that. I'll tell you this. Don't you blame the dwarves' crappy punishments on me. If I had control over how long they would be in prison, it would be a lot longer than that. Well, no, not necessarily death. Okay, so here's the clarification. It's not, you're not getting a death sentence for violating a production order. However, you might get 5 strikes with a hammer, which may equal death if the hammerer is strunk and not a little weakling. So it's pretty likely that that could equal murder, even though it isn't murder. So it's more like accidental beheading because they punched you in the throat too many times. It's not intentional beheading, it's accidental. It's very unfortunate. It's very sad how that happens. Sounds like a death sentence with additional steps. You're a death sentence with additional steps. I'm just going to swap out my military's uniform for a second here. Let's say breastplates, helms, greaves, gauntlets. High boots, shields. Let's say hammers. We'll call this Hammer Squad. Yeah, don't just wear it with your clothing. That's fine. I should have just told them to not wear shoes. Go get new swords. Except for you. You keep that axe. All right. Perfect. Mr. Haxes, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. No, we were just talking about the concept of hammer beatings, not actual hammer beatings. So this is where all my storage is now. It's one layer above everything. So it actually speeds up the process of training quite a bit because they just run up and down through this a whole bunch, and it's pretty good. What difference do high versus low boots make to your militia? High boots provide a little bit more leg protection and are heavier and make your agility slightly worse because you have more armor on and they're heavier. So you're trading weight and lack of agility for, you know, agility, basically. Because I'm the capital, I'm never going to be able to trade for better things from these guys, because they're also never going to bring wagons because of this bug, which kind of sucks, but I can also request trading with other people, which might be what we have to do. I should probably request trading with the elves, actually, because it's very unlikely I will get over the limit of... It's very unlikely that I would hit their limit on trees. Do you have a hammer and a... I think I may have screwed something up in your uniform there. I mean, I respect it. And I almost want to see how you do with it. But, like, I feel like this... Even with the forced push earring, I don't know if that's a good idea. I feel like I should leave it, though. How did beds get made without wood? Are you on a map with no wood? Dig to the caverns and you'll have wood. Yeah, you trade for it. If you don't have access to something, you trade for it. You don't want to, because then they won't use the archery weapon. Basically, if your Marksdwarves are in a position where they need to be in melee, you fucked up. And you might as well not be using Marksdwarves. You really don't want to let them use multiple weapons. Because they don't know how to prioritize, and they run out of hands, and then they just kind of do nothing, and their brain short-circuit. You can do multiple melee weapons, but in fort mode, you really don't want to. You can. It's just not very good. In fort mode, you really want to just sword and board or ranged weapon. Specialize your soldiers. In adventure mode, you can do a lot more because you have human brain. Whereas when it comes to Marksdwarves, you just want them using their ranged weapon. Yeah, bashing with crossbow does train hammer skill. It does, but they are the worst hammers in the game. I wouldn't put them behind a line of guys. I would put them behind a wall one layer up. Like, completely separate them from the battlefield and then give them a safe route to get more ammo without having to go into hand-to-hand combat, is what I would do. And that's what I do. But, I mean, at that point, you do you. Okay, so let's build out one more of these, I think is how we're going to start this. Yeah, I think that's how we're going to start this. So they're not warping through fortifications. Do you have walls on top of the fortifications? Do you have... Okay, so they don't warp through fortifications. They dodge through fortifications. They jump through them. So, question 1. Do you have a roof on top of them? Question 2. Are they on the same level? Because, like, Dwarf's here. Fortification's here. enemy here. They will jump through fortification. If you're one level up and you put your fortifications here, on level with this, and then the fortifications themselves are engraved on this side, right next to them, and this is the open space, they physically can't do that. Is this not too close to the border? What? No, this, I mean, the edge of the map is here. So, and then the edge of the map is up here. So no, that's not even remotely close to the border. We got tons of space. Tons of space. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I get why a lot of people don't use Mark Dwarves, but what I don't understand is why so many people have these perceived problems with them that, like, I don't even register as issues. So it's like mostly just me trying to communicate with people. It's like, okay, well, how did you encounter this issue? What are you doing that is causing them to do that? Because they shouldn't be doing that unless you've horribly fucked up somewhere. Unless you're fighting against, like, intelligent undead that have force pull, which is certainly possible, and then they just rip you through the fortifications. I've had that happen. That's always a good time. I'm trying to think what fort that was. I want to say that was Baldur's Gate that just had shit tons. I know it wasn't. It was one of the ones I did after that, but I had this fort that I played relatively recently where there was just these intelligent undead that all just had force pull. And it was hell. It was so painful to deal with. Sounds like fun. I mean, sure. Definitely, yes. Fun. That's what the kids call it. Is that a thing in the new magic system? Nope. No, intelligent undead having force pull and force push has been around for a while. Intelligent undead have magic powers. They've had them as long as they've been in the game. And their magic powers consist of things like... oh, well... they can shoot bolts of ice out of their hands, and it's like a free projectile weapon. Or they can push things away with their mind, or they can stun things with their mind, or they can cause, like, bodily harm from a distance. Those sorts of things. You probably have. If you've ever fought intelligent undead, I guarantee you have. But unless you're reading combat logs, you might not notice it. It's one of those things. Okay, let's just make copper hatch covers. Let's do 30. I think that's approximately how many I'll need. Since we're done trading, we'll remove you from there. How to play as intelligent undead in adventure mode? Embark with 2 adventurers. Make one of them into a necromancer. Kill one of them with the other one, or let one of them die and then resurrect as intelligent undead. Although first you have to resurrect as non-intelligent undead, then kill them, and then resurrect them again as intelligent undead, otherwise they won't be your friend. Spitalier, thanks for the 60th month, welcome back. That, or play adventure mode as adventurers, retire them in a fortress, turn them into intelligent undead in the fortress, and then reclaim them. We actually had a funny bug at one point where I had a adventurer who was in a fortress, and then he died and was resurrected as an intelligent undead. But the funny thing was, there was a bug in the game at the time where if you retired an adventurer who was sprinting when you retired them, they would remain sprinting for all eternity. Also, chat, that's 60 months from Spitalier. Can I get a big round of beers for that? Like, can we get like 60 beers in the chat, please? So that's a very problematic thing when they're a living dwarf because they're constantly exhausted and falling over in exhaustion because they're always sprinting. However, when he came back to life as an intelligent undead, he became Sanic. So he was just like running at maximum speed all the time and never got tired. It was so funny. We just had this dwarf who just ran at like fucking Mach 10 all the time. He was just like across the map. Like it looked like one dwarf had Fast Dwarf 2 turned on somehow. It was very, very funny. Like extraordinarily funny. Spitalier, thanks for the 5-pack. And also for making Uncle Valley, or Auntie Valley, I guess that's what we agreed on, to throw an additional subscription. You even got Ermagerd cupcakes. Everybody likes Ermagerd cupcakes. Appreciate you, mate. Rubbish Frog, thanks for the $1. Also, YouTube folks, I do see you. Hope you're doing well today, guys. I like how you ask a very specific question, Raphael, in YouTube chat. Because you've clearly researched this. So the question is it possible to put blood into a well and turn everybody into vampires? Yes. That's why you know that that's a thing already, so that you're asking a question that you know is a thing. Is it possible? Yes. Am I going to do it? No. I don't want to run a vampire fort. A very caffeinated lich doing hauling jobs. Pretty much, yeah, no, we literally just left him as a hauler. Like, he just ran shit around. He was our body hauler. He was very efficient at it. It was great. Body hauler and lever puller. How do you find an underground road via the world map to embark on? You don't find them via the world map to embark on. You can sort of find them via adventure mode, but it requires a lot of luck. If you embark in an area that's really dense with a lot of like dwarven fortresses, you're more likely to find them than not. There is no way to find them in fortress mode without adventure mode. It's just luck. Well, Jasper, to give you a timeline here, when necromancer experiments were added, and intelligent undead were added, that was when they got those powers. But now, in fortress mode, you can get them through adventure mode by collecting those items in adventure mode and then delivering them to a fortress in fortress mode and playing it in fortress mode. I don't know if they work yet, but we'll see. Foregrind radiation. Thanks to the Prime sub. And starting that hype train. That's now a hype train. It's 84% done. It needs what? Probably a subscription? Yeah, a subscription or $4 in biddies to level up. If anybody's got a Prime sub or a resub lying around, now's a good time to pop it. 'Tis a fine day to be a dwarf. But yeah, there is no guaranteed way, Ghost, to find an underground road.
Shark Jumping Walrus cheered. X100. YET.
Thank you very much for the $1, Shark. Appreciate you, mate. Let's just jump over here, grab this. Don't have a ton of granite, but I can get some of these bedrooms done. We're definitely making more granite right now, though. Or making more granite blocks right now. I am still waking up. It's going to take me a while to wake up today, I think. Dwarf train. All aboard the minecart route. You're guaranteed to not die at the end, I swear.
Rubbish Frog cheered.
Thanks for the $1, Frog.
Get frogged.
I guess I'm getting frogged on now. This is my life. Hopefully frog dollars are good in the real world too. Even though they're probably just made out of pressed insects. All right. We're almost there. Nothing wrong with Beetle. Never said there was. Volkswagen made a pretty cool Beetle once. Hey, that's good currency, says other frog. I think this frog is biased towards the frog. I don't trust this frog on frog agenda. Except for the part where it gave me money, I trust that. Frog dollars double as food. It's just like chocolate dollars that you get from the dollar store. Here come all the dwarves to do all the construction. Get to it, guys. So I'm going to actually swap out our honk device, the goose, or maybe double it up, because I need something with better line of sight. So I'm going to make I'm going to train a hunting dog, and that hunting dog is going to be the thing that's going to hopefully do a better job than our goose. Synth, thank you very much for the 24th month. And Xantamar, Prime sub, leveling up that train, keeping her going. We've had some pretty crazy trains the last 2 days, so I just have to say thank you. That's all. Dwarven Mango, thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Exchange rate is fine on bits because it's about the same as everything. I get about 70% of the money on bits. I get about 70% of the money from subs. Well, actually, I get 70% from subs. So it's about the same as subscriptions.
Shionobi cheered. X100.
Gotta keep the platform running somehow. Granite is what I want, not Gabbro. But no, I would not say that it sucks. Does it look like it sucks? Sure, but you don't see the other end of how much we get paid for things. It's worse on YouTube. Some migrants have arrived. Do I still use a different announcement folder? Yes. I want to say it's still pinned in the Dwarf Fortress room in my Discord. Let's see. Yes, it is. Actually. If you go to my Discord, it's this. It's not even that far down. It's like right there. I'm presuming it would still work. I don't think they've added anything to it. But I've also tweaked them a dozen times since, so what I'm currently using is most likely different. If you are buying bits or anything through Twitch on a phone, stop, don't do it. Because yes, it's gonna suck there, but that's not the exchange rate on bits. That's the rules of the mobile app enforcing a 30% surcharge on everything. It goes for bits, it goes for subs, it goes for everything. So open up a Chrome tab or a Safari tab and buy it in a browser. Do not the mobile. Because Google will charge you an additional 30%. Yeah, if you're subscribed through mobile, you're getting a 30% surcharge on everything every month, courtesy of the convenience of using a mobile device. It's so silly that they do that. It's not Twitch's fault. It's Google's fault. So blame Googs. Like, it's silly, but, you know, it's one of the few things I agree on it with Epic on, is that, like, people should be able to sell things and not gouge people for the purpose of using these storefronts. It's called being a middleman and charging for being the middleman. Yeah, it's a toll booth situation. So yeah, it sucks, but it is what it is. Oh no, I think I said Apple does the same thing, but yeah, it's any mobile device. I said Safari, so yeah, I guess I wasn't super clear there. But yeah, Apple does the same thing. Apple's worse about it in a lot of cases. Phantom Toll Booth. Phantom Toll Booth sounds like a Stephen King short story. The highway with the Phantom Toll Booth. Do not stop for the tolls. But a toll booth for entering the store? You know that this is a widely accepted practice in many stores such as Costco. You have to pay a fee to use the store. It's probably better than the long stories. Yeah, I haven't read much King. I've only ever read his short stories. Hype Train needs another 3 subscriptions to level up with 10 seconds left, although it's probably going to time out. So I'll just say thank you for the Hype Train, chat. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. We are more than good, though. Past few days have been a lot. Just use boulders there. Let's get some more of these chests in. Because I can. Let's get some cabinets in for where I can. And let me just let them finish constructing the last of that. I kind of look like Stephen King. I don't know how I feel about that. Although I'll take that over XQC's younger brother, which somebody in YouTube chat called me the other day. And the reason I say that is because I'm older than XQC by like 10 years. So clearly I'd be XQC's older brother. Please. Someone also called me Young Moist Critical once, which is funny because I'm also older than him. 2 streams ago. Jaeger dropped 100 2 streams ago. Yesterday, Phineas dropped 50. And then, of course, Valorant dropped another 100 and something. I am 30. 30. Why is my channel name Blind? Because I'm legally blind. Why is your name Jonas? As long as I look like Stephen King and not, well, okay. Here's the pause I take with being told I look like Stephen King, is he always has that really doofy haircut. I like to think I've got better hair than Stephen King. Or at least better taste in not getting haircuts instead of having just the worst haircuts in the world. All right, well, now we've figured this out, Jonas, so now we can be friends. Too late for the train? Ah, it's all good. Someone's got to grease the wheels for the next one, you know? But yeah, it's definitely been the holidays. Retired Sephiroth. So does Sephiroth's hair, like, brown when he retires instead of staying white? I never once had an account with the word Sephiroth in it, though. So I don't know if I would ever qualify as a retired Sephiroth. I was going to put a fancy silver hatch on something. Oh, right, yeah, that was going to go on the prison, right? Like over here. You go over there. Let's plug these into here. That's as far as we've gone. Oh, I missed one. Crap. Oh, well. It's fine. White ash toner's expensive. Oh, okay, fair. Okay, so how long do we have on this vampire? I don't know what to do with them right now. I think I'm just going to go into here. And I'm going to make a stockpile, a weapon stockpile for a pickaxe, and just put a singular pickaxe in it. They're considered weapons. Yeah, they are picks. And I'm just going to say usable and whatever and whatever. And for metal, I will say copper. Let's put a copper pickaxe in there. Because I've got to have a copper pickaxe around. And also I'm going to say don't put any bins in this, please. And then if a pickaxe makes it in there, I will lock him in there and we'll see if we can build him his own fort. See what we can do with the vampire. That could be interesting. Hmm? Just artifacts. Yep, that's true. Also, I think when you adventure to a fortress, artifacts that aren't on pedestals sometimes do that. But that's because sometimes artifacts can get destroyed. So as an example, if you drop an artifact into a volcano intentionally or accidentally, for one of many reasons, when you visit your fortress or reclaim it, it'll be on the surface somewhere. It'll like apparate back into usable space. But why does that happen? That's the only reason I actually have as to why it would happen. Is the items that were lost become available again or reappear. Outside of that, I don't know. You'd have to ask the people who make the game. Why they decided to do it that way, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, mate. I just know it does that. It used to scatter everything, but now it doesn't scatter as much stuff. I really like the way these look. These hatch covers made out of copper, really nice addition to this. Big fan. I don't know about you guys, but I think this looks really nice. Copper always looks nice. It's also a nice furniture builder, too. Speaking of copper, let's also do copper helm. We're also going to need to do a library today. I could do libraries just like in the center of one of these. Like just have like a multi-pronged library and connect it to a few of these. That could be neat. So currently, I'd be willing to bet that picks would just end up here. So let's see, how many dwarves are actually assigned to use pickaxes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 16. And then if I go up to here and type in pick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so I need to make some more copper picks. That's easy. Let's make 10. Have some extras lying around. Licking stockpiles are for gameplay. Irrelevant unless you want to be extraordinarily specific about material usage. So you don't need, it's one of those things where you don't need to worry about it at all unless you want to worry about it. There's a lot of mechanics in Dwarf where you can get by just fine, completely ignoring certain mechanics. The green furniture, it's made out of green glass. Yeah. I also need to get my glass industry up and running again properly because it's kind of not currently. But speaking of, is this still pumping? Well, that answers that question. I was worried this was going to overflow, but I guess this solved it. So yeah, I need to get my glass industry up and running, and I want to get my glass industry running underneath this, or at least underneath a layer like this, because if I... Ooh, actually, I could do it over here really easily. I need to get my glass industry up and running, and the way I want to do that is by digging trenches and then delivering this trench to a workshop, basically. I think is the way I'm going to do this. Yeah, that's the way we'll do that. But yeah, in order to get a glass industry up and running, I want to have easy access to sand that's vertically above it. I could cram it in behind these, but I don't know how good that would actually end up looking. So I was kind of thinking about putting it up here towards the top, but we're running out of space quickly. I could put it along the back here, which would be fine. Yeah, exactly. It's like if you want to be very particular about either meal ingredients or linking stockpiles together for decorating items, those are like, that's really the only situation where you need to be particular about it.
Crypt Beer, happy holidays, everyone.
Hey, Swedish. Thanks for 22nd month. Welcome back. Liam, thanks for the raid. How was your holidays? It's been a while. Hope you've been well. Let's throw some more beds in. Get these assigned. Yeah, I really just need to figure out where I'm going to put this. I think... I'm going to go north. We're going to go up to here. This is going to be where I do this. Managing population and assigning layer, especially larger population size. You can't imagine it being reasonable enough for each dwarf character sheet and assign based off that. I don't assign any jobs to any dwarves ever, really. Like, ever. The manager screen runs everything. Sometimes I'll be particular about one workshop and one particular legendary dwarf who has a name, who made an artifact, who I like, who I want to make my weapons now, or at least my masterwork weapons. But I don't assign anything. I assign pickaxes, woodcutter, sometimes plural, rarely plural. And in fact, actually, I should move it from this dwarf to somebody else. Bessemer, you can be my woodcutter. And I sometimes assign hunter or hunters, but very rarely. In fact, I'm going to unassign them because I don't need them. So that's it. Do unassigned dwarves pick jobs they like more? Dwarves will... So when a dwarf has no job, right? When you see a dwarf that has no job, which currently there aren't very many, like this one. When a dwarf has no job, it means they are currently searching for what is the best job that is currently available, one, that the dwarf wants to do that will satisfy a need if possible, versus what are their physical needs. So if they're thirsty, they'll probably go drink. If they're hungry, they'll go eat. If they really need socialization, they'll go socialize. But if there's a job that's available that will suit a need, they'll prioritize that, or try to. And some dwarves are terrible at this, and will slowly get pissed. So if you notice dwarves that are upset, okay, well, let's go into this character sheet and have a peek at you and see what's wrong and see what you need, right? Like, this character really wants to practice a martial art. The Baked Leech wants to practice a martial art. Well, perhaps we should make a snail punching squad, so the snails go punch things. Maybe I should do that, right? Because that will solve this character's needs, because he just wants to go train in fighting, it looks like. He's also afraid after relieving trauma. So basically, the vast majority of the dwarves you can ignore. You don't need to micromanage every single dwarf. If you try to, you will drive yourself insane because the game is not designed to do that. The reason the game isn't giving you a spreadsheet for all the dwarves is because the game is trying to stop you from doing that. You can do that, and it allows for that if you want to do that. But if that doesn't seem fun, which for me it really isn't, ignore it, because they will automatically take the jobs that are appropriate for them at the time, within reason to a point. And sometimes they'll fail to take the right jobs, and at which point then you step in and you fix it. I brought them in adventure mode, is what I did. And also, I'm going to make a snail wrestling squad, because I think that that's a funny concept. Let's just real quick make a new squad, erase this. And you know what, screw it. I'll let them use metal armor if there's anything they can use. And I'm just going to type in the word snail. Because they probably all want to train. And I'm also going to queue up a new squad to use more hammer gear once we get it. Because I've just got a lot of dwarves with some military training here that are all peasants. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to throw a bunch of peasants into a squad. And just let them train for a little bit. And see how they like it after a bit. And then remove them if they start getting upset. So this is just going to kind of be a wrestling spot right here. Let's get these two squads training. Set them to training for a little bit. And let's let you go, or that one snail go sort out their moods. We also just got a migrant wave, so the population went up. Spied an unnamed woodcutter. Oh, there's a few. Actually, there's a carpenter. Because the two woodcutters both have beards. But I can give you the carpenter and give him an axe. If that works. Devilish. See you later, Jonas. Also, I'm very confused by that question about why does the game look completely different, but if you're piecing out now anyway, I can't answer it. Besmer was unnamed? Besmer was unnamed, but Besmer has beard. You never want a beard, though. I mean, if we've changed for today, then we can go with Dwarf with beard, but Besmer has beard. Daniel Sapir, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Lots of Prime subs today. Yeah, so the way to think about Dwarf Fortress in regards to the way jobs work is think about Dwarf Fortress like an anthill simulator that you poke. If you poke it, you can make small changes, but generally the way the game wants to operate is it wants to just be a flowing system that it kind of runs in the background that the player pokes. Yeah, we caught the vampire, yeah, and I gave him the nickname. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought you had preference there, but... A devilish potato. You are alarmed after seeing a goblin's dead body. Well, that's a shame. He revels in chaos and discord and encourages it whenever possible and accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He doesn't handle stress well and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He is a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and is fearful in the face of imminent danger. He is currently more confident and currently more shameless, currently less private and currently more thoughtless. So he chews his lips when he's angry and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. He likes coal, copper, and indigo, and tourmaline, and rubber wood, and giant lion tamarind bone. Giant tortoise shell, the color mahogany, and battle axes, scepters, and donkeys for their stubbornness. Orca men for their great jumps, and when possible prefers to consume living cardinals, and cow cheese, and banana beer, and can't stand oysters. My favorite was spiders, prefers to consume spiders. Was genuinely one of my favorites that I've ever seen. It's like, just, I can't speak over the mouthfuls of spiders I have. You haven't been around that long, but you're very alarmed. Just had to do some Discord moderation. What happened? Well, it disappeared. Should I ask? Or was it not in my Discord? But, yeah, now we just need to wait until all these rocks get removed. And let's also go over here and go copper shield, because shield material doesn't really matter. And then silver war whammer. Silver war slammer! As we let this squad, like, relax for a little bit. And how many of you actually have weapons? None, basically. Well, that's not great, but... Hello, Rylos. How are you? Got an artifact. What are we owing about? Oh, is it the moderation stuff? Yeah, probably. It's me thinking out loud and... Ah, cool. Could you DM me who it was, Stone? So I don't need to go look in the logs. Okay, so it's El Rey, the performer, who's in a strange mood, who's grabbed some Gabbro. They want yarn cloth. Do I not have a sheep? I do. Well, for once, I guess I'm happy I have this stupid sheep. Or alpacas, those will work. All right, so we're in an ad break. I'm going to take this opportunity to go take a toilet break. 2 seconds, chat. Blah. I've successfully made my triumphant return. But let's see. Ah, yeah, no, valid ban. Thanks, Stone. All right. Because I think I've got a bunch of dye that needs to be dyed up here. Should probably also make a dyer's shop and get that rolling as well. So let's see. Sheer animal. There you come. Shouldn't take too long. You had an energy drink for the first time in 2 weeks. Why the long break? I have a feeling this is going to be hauled into the trash, which is why I'm like, Hold on. Let me just go down to here. Just go into this and type in yarn. No, probably not yarn. It would be what? Hair and wool? Yeah, won't do that. There you go. So now I should be able to promote this yarn. Bonk. Oh, come on. Oh, have you not spun thread yet? That's the problem. They haven't spun said thread yet. Duh. There is only one beetle person, and they're already named. So no, you cannot have the beetle person. And no, I have no frog people. So if you redeem a dwarf, unfortunately, or fortunately, all you get is a dwarf. No. They're all claimed. Also, you have like an hour until the claiming thing is up again, so if you sit here and plot too heavily, what's going to end up happening likely is you will not get what you want anyway, because it'll get sniped out from underneath you. So the answer is no. Let's, okay, well, it's already been hauled. It's probably just being hauled up here. Let's give it a minute. Let's also see what else you need for the artifact. Just have cut gems, yarn cloth, bars, tanned hides, rock, okay. Logs. That might be an issue. Just got a work email that said that you are off work today, but, and I replied, you are correct. I am off work today, and nothing else. That is the correct response, I would say. Were they trying to get you to come in or something? It's like you just respond with yes, one word. It's like, you're off work today, yes. And then refuse to elaborate or respond to any of their queries beyond that. That'll just be like, yes and no. Yes and abso-fucking-lutely not. Says the guy who's actively working on the holiday. But, you know, the day after the holiday. And I also worked the holiday. But, you know, I do that willingly. I think there's a big difference between making the personal decision to go work on a day versus, you know, being forced to work on a day. Okay, so you needed wood, is what it was. We're now going to follow El Rey with their crutch. Do you need a second shoe? No, okay. You have a sandal and a shoe. They wanted you to fix someone's access to a file, which the help desk is perfectly capable of doing. Well, there you go. Perfect. You even have an ironclad excuse. You never grow out of the help. Late January / late July / early August vacation to Vegas. I mean, hey, if you want to save it, then save it. It's your prerogative. Dwarf moves slowly. And here I was worrying about yarn cloth. Oh, also the reason there's an empty stockpile in here is because it was full of deadly blood. So I was mildly concerned, so I got the dwarves to clean it all up. So we would have less dwarves randomly bleeding out. Which, you know, not great for dwarven health. Yeah, 40 hours of pay times off annually seem... Wait, actually, what's your current total, though, Rylais? You're working a pub? It's not a good time of year for working? I mean, depends on how much you like tips. Although, actually, I don't know if you live somewhere where people tip. Highly depends. And also, I guess, the kind of pub. Okay, what's the... I'm too, like, on vacation mode to do math. What's the total at the end of the year? I mean, I could just grab a calculator and do it. But anyway, I hope you get more than 40 hours total, I guess is the it should be the actual question. But just look at that 5.5 hours every month. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Because you get several weeks, I think, at that point. Have I seen Tankhead? Okay, I have a question. How can you make a spiritual successor to a game that hasn't hit 1.0 yet? Like, Cogmind is the spiritual successor to Cogmind, but searching for it and I'm not seeing anything. Can you link it? But no, I haven't. Yeah, that's not too bad. 3 weeks is I mean, 3 weeks is pretty low, but it not bad. It's not bad. It's a decent amount of vacation time. Or rather, sorry, paid time off. Yeah, if you also get the yearly rollover, like at my last real job, when I worked full time, so I haven't done hasn't been a thing since like 2016 for me. I used to get 2 weeks of paid time off a year, but it didn't roll over, and I never had time to take the vacation and couldn't afford to take the vacation, so I would usually just take a big paycheck in Christmas, and then I'd work the holidays anyway. It's like, you know, when you're desperate for money, you don't get that luxury. So, I mean, I didn't actively start taking vacations until 2022. Yeah, so from like 2010, when I started working full-time, I mean, I had summer jobs before that, but when I started working full-time, I didn't take a vacation until 2022, really. Like a proper vacation where I went somewhere and didn't work. Ah! They let the vampire out. I was waiting for that. I think I missed the release date for the vampire chat. Fortunately, now we have another open case, and I know exactly who to interrogate. For some reason. I don't know why, but I will say that I didn't do this unintentionally, but I'm okay that it happened this way because, honestly, somebody needed to die. Somebody needed to be eaten in order for us to interrogate this vampire more. Naturally. Of course. Horrified after seeing him die. Mm-hmm. Oh, now you're eating somebody else, eh? Wait, hold on. Are you going to report the crime of your own murder? Oh, that's fucking funny. Rages while killing somebody. I saw Dwarf tell the story of the formation of the Doctrine of Ash at Dorshocks at the mid-spring of 235 at the Gilded Mushrooms. It is interesting. Anyway, he just ate Orc with a bow, so sorry, Orc with a bow, but you just got eaten. Rest in peace, Orc with a bow. You died too young, but rest in peace. He's literally going to go report his own crime, and I think he just did. No witnesses. Ah. Well, unfortunately, I can interrogate him on behalf of both of these, and he can go back to prison for a while. But before I condemn him, I want him to go grab a pickaxe, because that'll make my life easier. Still 0 kill, though. Ah! Well, that's no bueno. Chat, a vile force of dankness has arrived. They seem to be mostly little weaklings. I'm going to station most of my military right here. I'm also going to go down here and queue up another tomb. And let's lock this door while Dominok does the interrogating. So he admitted to both of the crimes. Subject confessed to the murder because the subject had a trusting nature and agreed. So he confessed to the first one. And the second one, I like the way that Dominok, our captain of the guard, is convincing him to talk. Misrepresented facts surrounding the case in order to elicit information. Subject is trusting nature and agreed. Had a trusting nature and agreed. It confessed to multiple crimes. So now I can convict him. But first, I'd like him to go grab that pickaxe, which he's currently going to go grab. Excellent. That's very convenient that there's a pickaxe right there. Go grab that pickaxe. Now I can convict you. Now that that's been done, let's jump up here and go to this. And go, where is them gerblins right now? They are coming up the side of the cliff. None of them have any families. Chat, can I get a big Vile Force of Darkness? I know this is just a little Vile Force of Darkness, but it is the first Force of Darkness. Which is kind of a big deal, if you ask me. Bunch of Snatchers run into the fort. Or are running into the fort. So I've got one soldier waiting here, who's Jasper. And we need to watch Jasper. And the reason we need to watch Jasper is I want to see if Jasper uses her magic powers. I'm also going to real quick make a burrow. Which is mostly just going to be, you know, the mountain below. And also up here. And also down here. Easy. All right. And now we wait. Although most of my military are cave adapted, so we do have to be kind of careful. Also, why is there another dead... Oh, they left Orc with a bow's body. Like, why is there another dead dwarf? Oh, because that's Orc with a bow. And, you know. So my war dogs are outside, and this one has 13 children, apparently. I guess we figured out where all of our puppers are coming from. The stray war dog shakes... Oh, you were killing a chinchilla. The stray war dog scratches the goblin in the 5th toe in the left foot, but the attack glances away. This goblin is just getting mobbed by war dogs. I kind of should probably go help, shouldn't I? Let's send my squad in. And we're going to see if Jasper uses her abilities. So runs at the goblin. Strikes the goblin bowman with the pommel of her axe. This is an artifact axe made of gold that was made in the last fort that I played in. And the attack and the injured part explodes into gore. The militia commander punches the goblin in the lower arm. Misses. Militia commander hacks the goblin. Starting to lose hope. Hacks the goblin again. Hacks the goblin again in the left foot, and this time it sails off in an arc. Militia commander hacks the goblin bowman in the right foot, but the attack sails off in an arc. Commander hacks the bowman again in the right hand, which also sails off in an arc. Scratches the bowman in the right hand. Well, aside from letting one of the dogs die, and a lot of the dogs being shaken with terror, and you just like pummeling this guy to death, and his hand landing all the way over there. You didn't use your force push ability. I'm very disappointed. Like, fairly disappointed. Also, are the goblins retreating already? That seems early. Or was there just not that many? No, there's just more coming up. Okay, they'll be here soon. We'll simply wait. Got 2 dwarves that are vomiting. Darius is taking a nap. Station them just back up here and inside. No camera this stream? Someone just tuned in. It's good to see you too. My camera blocks a ton of the combat stuff, so when there's combat, I turn the camera off every single time there's combat. So, no camera this stream? Yeah, for the next 10 seconds. Yeah. Good to see you too. What's up? Okay, here come the remaining goblins, and the goose is having a panic attack, which honestly, I don't blame it, I would too. The dwarves come running down. You're a mace dwarf who's in the military but has no weapons. Punches the goblin several times. Says, I've improved my fighting. That was satisfying. Punches them in the neck, bruising the muscle. All right. Punches the goblin again. I mean, you're training some melee stuff real quick. Goblin is bleeding. Dwarf is not bleeding. This dwarf is doing several amounts of damages. The sword dwarf bashes the goblin crossbowman in the head with the silver warhammer, fracturing the bone through the grizzly bear bone's left glove. Ow. Smacking him in the hand. So I'm starting to think they don't use these abilities much. That's what I'm starting to think. Oh, well, there's the final one, I think. Tick Drool, who is now fallen. Snail Man. And the Snail Man is not going to go into combat because they're very small and poorly trained currently. But these guys. Because like one of them was real upset and really wanted martial training. In fact, I think all of them did. So yeah, I'm literally just letting them clear their need for martial training. Maybe excitement in the future, but I'm probably not going to let them go into the military. Although they do have some gear. I mean, they're using the bronze stuff that they brought from the adventure mode stuff. This one's using a silver warhammer, which is kind of funny. Silver warhammer. Yeah, maybe I'll let them into the military. Do military things, but I'll have to make them full suits of armor, which currently they don't really have, so. It's a process. Let's just get some beds laid out. But yeah, I turned the camera off for combat because my camera blocks like the bottom left corner of the combat logs. And also, you know, when there's things fighting on screen, you want the best view possible. So why would I block your view of the violence with my dumb face? That just seems like a silly thing to do. Let's just turn this off. And also, the question is, do I want to assign burrow orders? Yes, snail man, not mailman. But anyway, you've missed a lot. Well, I mean, in that case, you would have just missed the beginning. Let's just heal this pupper. This fortress started off as we're going to bring adventurers into the fortress and try and use magic items. Because magic items are usable in fortress mode now. Sort of. And I'm seeing if I can get soldiers to use the items that give them special powers. So my militia commander for that squad is using items that theoretically should allow for them to be able to cast Force Push. The actual question is, does it work, and will she do it? So we're seeing and crossing our fingers, and hopefully we'll have an answer at some point. But right now we don't really have an answer. So psychological warfare? How so? Fighting vomiting dwarves. I mean, it's nightmare fuel in that they, like, you know, die really quickly. So, yeah, it is nightmare fuel. I should get them training above ground or close-ish to above ground. That's what I should do. Or in areas where they're, you know, going to see the sun sometimes. At least sometimes. All right, well, getting all that stuff moved around. There's something forbidden over here. So don't know why they're down there, but they are. Okay, so you got a pickaxe, and I need to open this door. Stuck. I got stuck merchants on the map. Uh-huh. Well, that didn't seem to fix it. I'm not sure where she's trying to get to, but she's trying to get somewhere. Somewhere that I clearly can't help with. So I was going to make more food storage, so let's do that as well. Let's increase the priority on this. Plumper there. Yeah, you might have to teleport them. Yeah, it's possible. I was kind of hoping that fix stuck would fix it, but... Put them all on one tile and then bunk. Uh-huh. Well, at the very least, something will kill them eventually up there, so they'll move. As long as they're not in my fort, it's not my fault, I swear. Caverns, maybe? They have access to the caverns. It's probably actually the lava that's fucking with them. But, you know, if they decide to just stay out there forever, that's fine. That's a them problem, not a me problem. I choose not to worry. Because we're the capital, we're not getting great trading anyway, so... It is what it is. It's not optimal, that's for sure. Basically, the only good trading I'm really going to get is from non-capital traders. So the only good trading I'm going to get is going to be coming from like elves and humans and stuff. Do I do the ask for tribute thing? I will, once I get a slightly better military up and running. I might use the snail squad for that, because that would just be kind of fun. Just a bunch of snails show up. You will give us tribute for the next year and then trade with us, damn it, because we don't get anything from the mountain home, please. Is kind of a funny conversation to have. Who's the current mayor? Still you, I think. Yes, but you want me to make something. Backpacks? That's new. I guess I should put the... Well, I'll just plunk leatherworks down here for right now. Until I can find somewhere better for it. But for right now, it can just go here. I'm also pretty sure I just need fuckloads of bags. Yeah, let's just make... Bag. Cloth bag. Let's make 60. I have no idea how much cloth I have. But let's see. Okay. Not nothing, but not a ton. So don't make 60, make 20. 25 maybe. So when you become the capital, for anybody who doesn't know, the way it impacts trading is you no longer get to choose what you are trading because you are the main export for the faction. So because you are now the capital, congratulations, you no longer get to decide what you want them to prioritize for you. Which is fine if you have the king or queen, but because I became the capital because of a bug and not because of choice, or intended mechanics, I guess, I don't get that benefit. So the benefit I get is they just will bring less and less every month because I can't make requests. If I had a outpost liaison, I would have a little bit more control, but still not a ton. So it's not optimal by any stretch. Humans send trade agreements. Yeah, I am trading with the humans every year because they started trading with me independently, so I'm not complaining. I'm certainly not complaining. Okay, so down here, I think I'm just going to see what kind of blocks do I have. That was not the button I wanted. Like nothing. Could use andesite, but eh. I think probably what I'll do is I'll just circle the outside with andesite and then just leave the rest. Just so that, you know, doesn't look super ugly. And then I run out of andesite anyway. Let's do the top and bottom so it doesn't look like I'm pretending to not do anything. Let's do there. There. Granite. 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 And granite. So there's something there. What's up, Zacher? We're in an ad break, so I will pause. If you're not seeing one, then cool for you. Being in the military doesn't boost your happiness. Being in the military boosts your happiness if you're a sort of person who likes being in the military. So if you like learning new skills, or are brave in the face of imminent danger, or have high martial prowess, then they will enjoy being in the military. Otherwise, they just won't. As soon as I said ad, they come on. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've had forts where I have mandatory military service for a year, but I don't think I've ever had a fort where I've actively had every dwarf in some form of military. Because that's just a bit too much automation minutia for my, like, lack of interest to want to tolerate, I guess. Like, it's not that I couldn't. It's just I don't want to. It's like, it's not that I'm not smart enough to do it. It's just I choose not to, you know? You know what I'm saying? And, yeah, I tend to feel that way when it comes to a lot of the military automation stuff where it's just like, yeah, let's have patrols and stuff. I'm like, I don't know if I want to deal with that. So, yeah, no, I don't really bother. It's just, I'd rather just have several well-trained squads that just do their job and kind of not worry about everything else. If you retire and reclaim your fortress, there's a chance you just randomly become the capital for no reason. if that hasn't been answered. But yeah, so if you retire and reclaim your fortress, there's a chance sometimes you just become the capital. And I don't know why. It's a bug that needs to be fixed. And, like, could I have, like, reclaimed the fort a dozen times to try and avoid it? Sure. Did I want to do that? No. So I chose not to. There's sheep blood? I'm slightly concerned by this. Why are we sacrificing sheep to the blood god? What is happening? Okay, so this is going to be a food stockpile for everything but drinks and prepared meals. I'm also not going to put plump helmet seeds. I'm not going to put pigtail seeds. I'm not going to put cave wheat seeds. And I'm not going to put sweet pod seeds. And I'm not going to put dimple cup seeds. But I will put everything else here. You too. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. We can be vampire friendies. Speaking of, he did kill 2 people. I wonder what his sentence is this time. 429 days. Okay, slightly longer. Slightly longer. It's okay. It's very much deserved. Elray has created Nazushilish, a Gabbro ring, and offers it to the Firefrost. Cool. Is that something I should be proud of? I presume it is. This is an expensive as fuck Gabbro ring. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. Before I forget what it is, I'm going to go down to here and plunk it onto this. This one. Also going to go tell a dwarf to go pull that lever. Doesn't need to be the highest priority, but It is decorated with gabbro cabochons and decorated with yak leather, and encircled with bands of fungi wood, alpaca wool, and copper. This object menaces with spikes of fungi wood and black zircon. On the item is an image of Kusik Skinny Bands, the troll in black zircon. Kusik Skinny Bands is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the troll Kusik Skinny Bands in the Finger of Oracles in the year 23. They really like writing histories about this troll. This is like the third thing that's included the history of this troll. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's straight up randomly. Like, it happens when you reclaim things. A spiky ring? Who doesn't like a spiky ring? It's like a spiky bracelet. You wear those to concerts. Doink. Done. But I'm just gonna go to these dwarves and go to equipment and click this button. There we go. Dwarves are getting things claimed. You like to see it. Getting some more armor up in here. Some of it's goblinite, some of it's not. So I think that we're going to do the... Yeah, let's just do it right here. This area just works too well. And I really kind of like the aesthetic that I'm slowly developing with this fort. Of just like these kind of dugout rooms and then kind of surrounded by open-ish spaces. So let's just knock that out. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to channel this into here. And up to there. And down to here. This is going to be where we're going to do our sand industry. By that I mean our glass industry. Because Chad has made it very clear they want glass in this fort. How's the lava floor going? It's going just fine. I mean, it's working as intended. It's not overflowing, which is nice. I thank it for that. Finally got my food sorted out. We got the front door sorted out too, which is also lovely. Can also go into this and remove the foods from that. Finally as well. Move all this stuff down into here. I can also probably remove, the barrels all from that. Because all this meats and stuff can get fully removed from this, which is good. And put down into here. And I should probably really put some sort of food cooking stuff in here. I think that would probably be wise, but, one thing at a time. Can't be wise all the time. I'm also just going to increase the size of this stockpile. I realize that I just got a bunch of stuff out of here, but, let's just get some stone into here. To get our required sandcastles and glass structures. Mostly glass structures. Chat, do you do sand whenever it's available? Or are you a bit more picky and choosy on your industries? Some things collapsed on the surface. Some things never change. Let's go into stairs. Make stairs all the way down to here. Ooh, let's do andesite stairs. You rarely bother with sand? Gotcha. I feel like it's one of those industries where people either obsess over it and do it a ton, or they completely ignore it. Sort of like dyeing, where it's either your favorite industry or you would rather pretend it doesn't exist. I'm thinking copper floors for our workshops over here, because I think this will look real nice for our glassworks industry. I'll tell you this, I don't end up on maps with clay often enough to remember that clay is an industry that I should probably be pursuing. Like, honestly, clay's a really good industry, but I forget about clay more often than not. Which is kind of the reality that I deal with when it comes to clay. It's like, yeah, it's cool. And it's a good industry, and I should probably be taking advantage of it more often, but I just don't. You tend to die a lot. But you don't ever have time to mess with dye. I getcha. That's the real challenge of dying, is dying but not dying. Still haven't gotten good at industrializing anything. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the learning curve, right? Also could probably go up to here and do a bunch of this. And then I can also go here and do this. Let's drop down a level. Do this. Do this. Do that. What? Am I out of beds? Must still be out of beds. Yep. Well, in that case, I will go up to here and instead just do these. Make all these bedrooms. And all these children get bedrooms. This is the worst area to be in. Imagine just being in the bedroom that's assigned, like, what bedroom block did you end up in? I'm underneath the children's block. It's the worst. The worst. They're all just playing make-believe up there all day, every day. On Classic on Linux right now, the menu for allowing economic stones doesn't work properly. So, yes, it does. Asterisk. If it's the problem that I'm thinking of, it does work. Just let me turn on ASCII and I'll show you. If you go to labor and you go to stone use, and you click on these, it does allow them. There's just absolutely no indication that it's working. This also works on what's it called? With like just on the classic version and with the economic stone menu, like it works. You just have to click it. There's another thing as well, which is in stockpiles. Where's my nearest one? There's one. Oh, yeah, they did actually add buttons. There was no buttons here for a while. Also, I have a question. Oh, actually, I think I know what might be the problem. So you're probably playing on version 50.14, right? Not 51.01 beta, because if you're on Classic, you wouldn't have access to that. They might not have the visual indicators there at all yet. Because I know they added them in the beta branch relatively recently-ish. Koala light? A koala night. Koala night sounds like a brand of fluffy blanket. You know, it's like, you know, for Christmas, your granddaughter just really, I don't know why I said granddaughter. Your niece just really wants a koala night blanket snuggie. Nothing else will do. They need the koala night. Yeah, okay, that would be why you don't see the visual indicator. So you will get the visual indicator, and yes, the menu works. You just don't have the visual indicator, which sucks, but, you know, it kind of is what it is. It's one of the overlooked parts of the UI in the non-beta versions. So, yeah, the UI works, it's just a matter of there is no visual feedback. You know, with the amount of shampoo that you can buy that's like infused with eucalyptus infused blankies just sounds like a thing. I wish I knew tracks and wells had floors. What do you mean by wells have floors? You have like 4 grandkids? Okay, well, I mean, I'm not judging. Just don't want to accidentally call chat old, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, you can absolutely fall into... I mean, I climb into wells pretty constantly in adventure mode. For the purpose of, like, drinking out of the bottom of the well. The well kind of floats. Oh, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. You're talking about, like, the square, right? That's what you mean? Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah, I can see that. It doesn't really bother me. I kind of like it. Like, it's one of those things where it's kind of ugly, but also I'm just used to it at this point, I guess. So to me, it's just part of Dwarf Fortress's weird charm. But yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I know what you mean. Unplayable? Yeah, sure. Debatably. Okay, so once all this is done, I'm just kind of hoping. I'm also kind of watching to make sure that they stop running up and down this. I'm just going to channel through this, and we're going to let lava in, but we're going to need to get this granite out of here first. That's the problem, is I need to get this granite out of here first. Although what I can do is I can make the workshops while we're waiting. So let's go furnaces, magma glass furnace. I'll just do 2 right now, and I'll make them both out of basalt. So that suits them. It's a good color. And I can just go right here. And just say sand, which I think are a finished good. There they are. Furniture, because sandbags are furniture, right? Thanks, that's a 45 stream streak. That's a lot of streak. Appreciate you. Yeah, everything can be dodged into. Everything with a layer below has a opening, right? So if you're dodging into a furnace, it would be like jumping into an oven head first. I mean, theoretically, in real life, you could jump into an oven. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could. It's probably a bad idea. I don't know anything about personal kitchen safety, but like that seems like a bad idea. So by default, I would advise against. Yeah, we're definitely just out of wood. Okay, that's basically it for what I'm allowed to do for farming. Okay, so Zwari, you really hate being in the military, so let's remove you. How about you? Didn't feel anything. Dreams of making a great discovery. Wait, who did you have to witness the decay of? Right, well, we'll boot you out as well, Snail. I mean, you do dream of making a great discovery. So how about the 2 that are remaining? You are enjoying this. How about you? Bored after being unable to practice martial art. Bruh, you're literally going to go do that. So go get your martial training. Sheesh. Not sure why I need to save, but I'll save. How's things, Celesty? Groko Prince. Hello. With some actual mineral knowledge, so when you found bauxite, you're really excited to make aluminum? Joke's on you. Yeah, dwarves don't quite have that level of technology. I have a question. Have you found uranium yet? Because also, you can't do anything with uranium. And it's really funny when you make an entire fort out of uranium and it's just like glowing green. It's not really glowing green, but it's like a dark kind of green hue it has to it. And everybody's just like, you know, you're building a fort out of uranium. It's like, yeah, I know. Anyways. I'll be honest, Dwarf Fortress has come, like, dangerously close to turning me into a, crystals guy. Like, dangerously close. So it would probably be good for blunt weapons. It would be if we could forge it, but we can't. It would be cool if we could make aluminum. What is the process of making aluminum? Out of curiosity, since you know about rocks. That's actually something I'd be interested to know about. Depleted uranium crossbow bolts when? A lot of electricity. That would probably be why, then. Because dwarves don't really have electricity. They got mechanical power, but they don't really have electricity. So I don't have a TikTok account, and I don't have an Instagram account. So no? Well, okay. I have a TikTok account. I don't use it. I got my username on TikTok and then logged out of TikTok, and will never log back into TikTok. And I don't use Instagram. So, no, that sucks, though, that somebody spent his life savings on rare crystals and stuff. I remember reading about a psychologist who got diagnosed with bipolar disorder after he spent his entire life savings after retiring in 6 months on collectible guitars. So whenever I hear about stuff like that, I just go, oh, wow, that sounds like undiagnosed mental illness or untreated mental illness, one of the two. I just want to smack anybody who uses the word or the series of letters, the acronym AI, as like a solution to anything, any problem that anybody has ever, be it fantasy or anything else. It's like, oh, you just need to find some native AI. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and? Okay, well, you said AL. But you lower capitalized the L, so now it's an I. So I still read it as the same, but yeah, no, you do need to find native aluminum for it. Wouldn't that be crazy, though? You just, like, dig out, like, a computer core, and it's like, you look stupid. It's okay. The dwarves are very good at making slop. They just have to stay inside for a while and then walk outside. We've got plenty of that already. The weirdest of Al? Yeah, my bad. AI, the buzzword's so annoying it has ruined the word, it's ruined the name Al. It's funny, I know. So none of this works in text, Rubbish Frog. That's what's really funny about this, is like, I'm trying to read this, and like, it doesn't work in text because it all just reads the same to me. This is the sort of thing where you'd have to like explain it to somebody out loud. Because otherwise, like, it doesn't work. Like, I think I understand what you're saying, that's funny, but like, I feel like I'm missing the joke. Okay, so when I get this lava flow filling, I'm going to... Yeah, there we go. Once I get this lava flow filling, I'm going to bring in a library. I think that's kind of the mode of operations right now. Is let's get this stuff done and then we'll make a library, because that's the next thing I need. Although I have a question, chat. I've got these pretty convenient like center dining halls, and this one over here is a farmer guild. Should I make a library in the middle of one of these, or does a library get its own space? Because I could have like a multi-roomed library that's like spread out between the different bedroom zones, and I think that could also be pretty cool. So kind of curious as to what you guys think would be better or more interesting in this instance. Okay. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get them to dig out everything, except for that one. What are you upset about here, Cybrick? You got into an argument? Basically, all of these dwarves want to learn something, so library is just a very good time investment. Also, I'm impressed that you managed to get Skyblivion as a name. Skyblivion. Like, that's kind of impressive. Surrounded by the bedrooms of that the scholars would reside in. Well, it's going to take some work to get those moved. I mean, I could make one specifically for a library. Could do it that way. Okay, so now hopefully these dwarves will stop using the lava as a shortcut. But here we go. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Okay, now we go. So now that should fill up pretty quick. Here's hoping pretty quick. You've had it forever, totally separate from the mod. Wow. It just reminds me of the guy who had the username Graves on a bunch of platforms, including Twitch, and then Riot Games bullied him out of the username because of the champion Graves, which is kind of grim, in my opinion, but. A lot of furniture and stuff's going up here. We're running low on booze again. I think what I really need to do is I need to have more planting zones, but I need to have more planting zones that are better planting zones. The problem is so this sheep's blood is just slowly spreading around the entire fort. What the fuck? Maybe I need to make soap. I need to have planting zones that are better quality planting zones and not just like farming on dirt. So what I'm going to do, I think, is we're just going to make this into a farmer's spot. I don't know what I was planning for this initially, but this is just very convenient, and it's right here, and I can just make this a bucket brigade. Fill her up with water and then grow down here. Maybe put green glass over the top of it so it looks like a little greenhouse. Be kind of nifty. So let's do a pit pond. A pit pond. A pit pond. A pit pond. And of course, a pit pond. And surprise, another pond. And before you thought that I was done, even more ponds. Although that's a water source, I fucked that one up. And another pit pond, except for the water source. Let's get rid of that and then make you into a pit pond, as you should be. Well, I mean, you are the most name enthusiast of the chat. Orc with Bow, I got bad news. Chat, do you want to deliver the bad news to Orc with Bow, or should I? It's up to you, folks. Well, this works, so that's good news. Well, Q and green tea ripped the band-aid off. Yeah, you're dead. You got eaten by a vampire? So you died peacefully in your sleep and you didn't feel any pain. Which, honestly, if you had to pick a way to go, that would be higher on my list of my priorities at the very least. So this is slowly getting covered with water, which is going to get covered with mud. Pretty consistently, actually. Uh-oh. Forgotten beast named Ayiti has come. It's a great lizard composed of salt. It has wings and a bloated body. At least it has no powers. Where is it? An ad's about to pop? Okay, it's going to die horribly. Well, where my diamond monster at? Oh, it's trying to make salt water. Which is seer? Which seer? It's been alive for 579 years. It's covered in water because it just dove into the water. It's the enemy of us. It's killed an unknowable creature and a billy goat. I don't know how a goat got into the caves, but it did. It's a very salty lizard. Yes, this is very true. But there is a very dangerous creature right here that's going to horribly murder it. We're also in an ad break, so I'm going to let the ad break play. And I'm going to go top off my coffee because I think I have some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Cheese for everyone!
It's a human system. I know this.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies? Sandwich! You fucking donkey!
All right.
Over here, he has a sword.
Maybe you should be interrogating them. I'll tell you this. If you're having trouble getting successful interrogations, interrogate your livestock. It does, in fact, train interrogation skills. So this creature is made of diamonds and is very, very, very strong. And at this point has killed 4 forgotten beasts. Granted, one of them was made of water, so I'm not entirely sure I'm going to count it. But this thing is just like a brick made of diamond that shoots webs and is about to kill that one. So there goes another one. Easy peasy. In fact, he killed it by, right at the bottom here. Kicks the forgotten beast in the lower body with his right foot, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The lower body sailed off in a right arc. And there he goes, off to go murder whatever else remains. I don't know. Most forgotten beasts are fireproof, so it's probably fireproof. I have seen them catch on fire before, which is weird when it happens. But it's very unlikely that it would catch fire. Like, very unlikely. All right, well, let's just continue the bucket brigade. The question is how many dwarves do I actually have filling these puddles? 3. Okay, well, I need to make some more buckets, I think. Certainly need to make some more buckets. So let's go to you and just make copper buckets. Let's make 15. As the lava continues to fill, it's going to take a little bit before these become usable, but they'll be usable soon. This at the end here is filled all the way to the end, which is nice. Can adamantine penetrate diamonds good? Steel can. Like iron can. Like we could kill it. It's just that it's got webs. It also happens to be in a cavern layer that I don't care about, if that makes any sense. Like it's in an area that is separated from the fort enough that I'm just letting it play Murder Hobo Simulator and kill all the forgotten beasts for me. It's kind of useful, actually. So, because I don't have any reason to go down that far. The only reason I have vision of that is because when I reclaimed this fortress, the game was like, oh, there's a volcano there. That means that you clearly have vision of the caverns. And also, there's a lava spout in this bottom cavern, which means you can clearly see the entirety of this cavern because you absolutely have a vision cone into there. So through the power of dwarven overpowered exploration mechanics, we were able to discover that that was there. When personally, I feel like we shouldn't have. Are webs the worst? It depends on the tactics you're trying to use to fight them. If you're using ranged weapons, they're not that bad at all. I personally think that deadly dust is the worst. Webs are bad unless you have ranged. Like if you have marks dwarves, they're kind of not bad at all. Fire can be bad if you're fighting them in the wrong place. If you're fighting them on water or close to water, they're not much of a threat. They're only really a threat if you... Like water creatures are only really a threat if you are... Or fire creatures, rather. Are only really a threat if you're trying to fight them in their territory, I guess, which is like if you're trying to fight fire creatures on flammable flooring. Then they're really dangerous. But as long as you're not trying to do that, they're not too big of a deal. So I'm kind of thinking about going up to here, going over to here, and channeling down here and here, and then just building ramps on either side. Just having a walkway going across. I think that could be kind of cool. Deadly Blood can be dangerous too. The problem with Deadly Blood is actually Deadly Blood becomes a problem if you have narrow hallways. So fun fact about how dwarves work. If a dwarf walks... Oh, okay, so... I need to find some vomit. Okay, I don't have any vomit. Okay, so imagine there's a puddle of vomit right here, chat, right? There's a puddle of vomit right there. Now, if a dwarf walks over top of that puddle of vomit, the dwarf does not get covered in vomit. Right? But if a dwarf lies down in that puddle of vomit, the dwarf is now covered in vomit, which is bad. Now, if a dwarf walks past another dwarf in like a big wide hallway like this, that's not a problem, right? But if a dwarf occupies the same tile as another dwarf, then all but the one on top to enter the tile last have to lie down. And they do this really quickly. So Deadly Blood becomes, and also if somebody is covered in a liquid, if they lie down, some of that liquid comes off of them and is left on the floor. So it becomes a problem. Deadly Blood, and also Deadly Dust too, but Deadly Blood more so, becomes a problem if you have an entire squad covered in blood, or a dwarf that's covered in blood. Maybe it hasn't touched their skin yet, it's just covering their armor or whatever. They lie down, then it comes off of them and gets on the ground. And then every other subsequent dwarf that lies down and walks through that puddle is now coated completely, entirely, skin, everything, not just their outer layers, everything in blood. And if that Deadly Blood makes you start projectile vomiting until you die of malnutrition, well, guess what? You're just fucked now. Because now you're covered in it. And everybody else who goes through that hallway is going to get covered in it. If you lie down in that puddle. However, there's an asterisk here. And this is what Shaku's talking about. If that puddle is frozen, it doesn't matter if you lie down in it. Because it becomes a pile when it's frozen. So when the liquids are frozen, then if you walk through it, you get infected with it. So that's why I had a fort, which was, and also they spread indefinitely. So if you are, say, in snow, in a, quote, pile of snow, as you can see up there, when a dwarf walks through that covered in deadly blood, this entire pile of snow is now infected with deadly blood for Eternium unless you clean it up. Which is one tile at a time, and you can't see it unless you hover your mouse over it or it's swapped to ASCII. So we had a fort that was built in a glacier where everything froze all the time, ad nauseum, and all of the snow eventually got infected with deadly dust, which made you just bleed out and die. I had to, like, quarantine whole chunks of the fort, like, wall it off, just be like, well, we're not going there anymore. That doesn't exist. What, that whole half of the fort? Yeah, no, that doesn't exist. We don't have that. It's a shame that we had to shut that down and nobody can go there anymore. It was nice while it lasted, but yeah, no, it's just, it's strange. It's just there now. We pretend it's not. Yeah, it was kind of a nightmare. All right, so that's still slowly filling. This is all getting work done. So this is just the layout that I've been using for the bedrooms. I don't think realistically I'm going to end up with what? It's 11, isn't it? It's 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 10. It's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm not going to end up with 15 scholars, I don't think. But maybe that's just a challenge. I don't know. Dwarven equivalent of Chernobyl. Yeah, no, that entire area just became like a nope. Like, actually worse for adventurers, too, than even Godly Tombs, which was just dangerous because, like, you'd get rained on and turned into a zombie. But if you played it in adventure mode, you just walk through it and it'd be fine. And you'd just be a zombie now. Whereas, like, outside of adventure mode in that fort, if you were to adventure there, you would just bleed out randomly with nothing you could do about it, really. So this is going to become my new garden. I could expand this by... Actually, yeah, this is the way we're going to do this. I'm just going to get rid of all these. Because I've got the first layer, like, done. I'm going to build a layer of flooring all the way across here. And we'll just expand by one tile. Except for there, so I don't, you know, cause this to be a problem. Then you can be a pit pond. 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 You can also be a pit pond, and surprise, it's your birthday, you're now a pit pond. Grumbleger, thanks for the 8th month. Welcome back. Greatly appreciate that. Kinda, yeah, Sigil. It's terrifying, but kinda. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers for the 8th month Prime sub? Thanks for helping keep this channel alive. What's with the chained goose? It notifies us of stealthed enemies. And as far as what did the crimes do? What crimes did the chained goose commit? He knows what he did. Actually, I think it's a she. She knows what she did. I need to look again. But yeah, no, the chaining up livestock strat is a way of notifying yourself of stealthed enemies. So were creatures, elves, stuff that would ambush you. And it's useful. It's helpful. It's the best birthday. What a day to live. Wait, is it actually your birthday, Mini Monster? No, it's not. Oh, man. Oh, well. No celebrations then. It's not actually your birthday. All right. I think I can turn all this off now because this is going to be my new farming zone. Well, maybe in addition to the other farming zone. Oh, I'm happy they fixed that crash. There used to be a crash in the game where if you hit this button and then clicked this button in quick succession, it would almost always crash the game. But it didn't that time, so that's cool. Thanks, game, for not exploding on me. It's very kind of you. But, actually, no, screw it. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. Go across here. Get rid of all these. Go down into here. Put in flooring. Put in steps. Mine out this. I think I'm going to replace this mostly with glass. I mean, it certainly would have worked in the bit if it was actually your birthday, but... let's do this, that, and the other. It's probably somebody's birthday. There's enough people watching that somebody's watching on their birthday today. Speaking of not birthdays, but holidays. Chat, how was your holidays? Presuming your holiday festivities are completed at this point. Did you have a good time? Did you get everything you asked for? Did you get nothing you asked for, and are you pissed? Did you get nothing and are happy about it because you asked for nothing? And also, is anybody here taking any advantage of Boxing Day shopping? I might go to the mall and see what the Brick has for monitors if they're still open when I end my stream today. Your birthday's tomorrow? Well, happy early birthday. It's the 27th. So yeah, same day as my older sister's husband. It's the 27th. There's a black zircon cluster up there. Let's go mine those. Who's fighting? Whoever you want. Probably somebody. I don't know. I don't follow boxing. I think I literally have one planter on the whole fort. Let's get that removed so more dwarves do it. You're glad it's over. Very tempted. I know somebody who always talks about this every year, who always buys a full turkey after the holiday's over. So holidays end, and then he goes and he buys a full turkey, and then he smokes it, and then he puts it in his freezer and just has smoked turkey sandwiches for the next 6 months. Which, like, hey, you know, buying turkey's on sale after turkey season is done. That's good. Hope things are recovering well Tuesday. I mean, that's a lad, but it's also the life that you get to live if you happen to own a stand-up or, like, chest freezer. Which, you know, I don't want to live that life. I don't know. I don't want to live the Costco life. Which is the life that you inevitably end up living if you own a giant chest freezer. Bad. Yes, I do need to pay my mortgage. Thanks for the $5. I think I read that right. I haven't heard that sound in a while, so it startled me. It didn't actually startle me, but I did say ah for added effect. Smoke a turkey. The papers always get greasy and torn. Yeah, I don't own a smoker, so I've never tried. I'll be honest. Not something I have any knowledge of, really. It's something that I know that people do. I ran out of Gabriel blocks and I need them. So let's just make 250 blocks. You know, I might just like run this system here until I straight up just run out of... until I just straight up run out of boulders. And just not do much digging. Because we'll get there. I mean, we're getting there pretty quick. Yeah, I think I'm going to make a separate structure for the library. I also really like the idea of a library that is like in the center of some sleeping zone, but I think I want a separate structure for it. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go with this plan that I started working on over here. I'm not sure if they'll be able to dig through these, so I may have to like dig a second channel, but that's fine. Getting a turkey, rolling it like a paper cigar and lighting it. I mean, I didn't take that statement super literally, but now that you spell it out for me like that, okay, I get the joke. Personally, if I'm gonna smoke a turkey, I'm just gonna use a pipe like an adult. Come on. If you're smoking a turkey and you're not smoking it through water, I mean, what are you even doing? I just want to say this is one of the silliest bits that I've willingly taken part of this year, so you're welcome. Fried turkey rib. We have a sense of humor here, chat. And if you don't like it, well, if you watch enough like rotations of the movie Pineapple Express, you probably still won't like it, but at least you might understand it a little bit. I do really like Pineapple Express, though. Good movie. Okay, yeah, so they can't get into here. That's fine. So if I dig up here, that'll fix this. I quite like the way this looks, actually. I think what I'm going to do for the library is I'm going to have maybe not a stair going down, but maybe like a little ramp going from like here down. So let's go like this way and then down here. And then this area is going to be library plus like maybe ooh, actually, hold on. Let's see if I can come up with a fun shape here. Because if I do it as stairs, I could go up and down and make it a vertical thing. So I could do like this initial room right here, sans this. And then construct these into stairs after the fact, and then have stairs go, well, actually, maybe it would probably just be better to designate them. So let's just do like the doubles and then just put a ramp in the middle, maybe? Yeah, let's do it that way. We'll go with that. I've got a mechanics workshop, so we're going to get a mechanic artifact. Oh, it's going to be a lava safe artifact. Untoppleable artifacts are really good for weapon traps because they can't be broken, and weapon traps have a chance to break every time they're used. So it's really good to just have weapon traps that can't break sometimes. Oh, you were working at a movie rental store? Gotcha. You could be honest to customers about how you felt about them. Did the bosses want you to be honest about them, though? I feel like the bosses would consider that a negative. Also, chat, I want you to say happy birthday, Grant. I realize it's a couple minutes late, but Grant and YouTube chat, it's their birthday today. If I consider myself left-winged, Chat, to those of you who know me slightly well, do you consider me left-wing? That's a funny thing. Also, Vanora used to be rich. Congratulations. Yes, I'm a socialist. Slightly quotes. Yeah, there you go. They come specifically asking for your opinion? Well, yeah, I guess the movie place doesn't really care what movies people are renting as long as they're renting movies. It's not like you're trying to make sales. So you need pictures of a forest. Cut gems, shining bars of metal. Yeah, it's a forest. Like, maybe a little left to center. I mean, that's a underestimate, but hey. Sometimes it's better to underestimate than overestimate, you know? But yes, I am very much a lefty. It's an odd question to have out of nowhere from a VOD viewer, though. Dwarfs bring both sides together. I mean, the reality is the internet takes logical arguments, nerfs them down to the minimum possible denominations, and then turns it all into a poo-throwing match. Humans can generally get along and talk, but the internet has taught us that we can't. It's weird as far as I'm concerned. Also, I still have green glass tube jobs up and running. Why that? Thought I finished those. Annoying. I think it's less of a as long as it's not radical. It's more of a as long as you realize I'm the person with the microphone and are okay with me voicing my opinions and me calling you wrong occasionally, everything will be fine. Otherwise, Am I a socialist for real? Yep. Bye, YouTube person. YouTube person in chat's just like, wait, are you a socialist for real? Okay, bye. Bye. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Sure, you'll be fine. I think a guy playing... I've never landed a kickflip in my life, although I've never tried, so... I probably wouldn't be able to. How's that strange mood coming? There he is. Are heel flips supposed to be easier? I know nothing about skateboard tricks. The wildest take that I think I have, which has... I don't know if it surprises people, but it's gotten me some odd responses, so I get the gist that it surprises people, is I used to never have money, right? Like, for years, I had no money. And now I have money, and I fucking hate it in some ways. Like, I like it. It's useful. But, like, it makes me mad because I really wish that more people who had money realized that the best thing that you can do with your money is make everybody else's life better. And it drives me nuts. That's my hot take. It's like, yes, I would like to pay more in taxes, please. What's being social got to do with money? I mean, read a book. Once in a while. Like, I've spent most of my life being told by people that, oh, the more money you get, the more of a miser you'll become. It's like, well, maybe some people are just, like, naturally inclined to lean that way. Because at the end of the day, I wouldn't have this job if we didn't pay higher taxes. If we didn't have free healthcare, if we didn't work together to make sure that people, you know, don't die for no reason, I wouldn't have this job because I'd have to go pay for healthcare. And if I had to pay as much as, you know, some countries, my neighbors, would want me to pay for healthcare to just not die, yeah, I would have to go get a full-time corporate job somewhere doing something else. I would say it's more the opposite, actually, Jody, but, you know, you live your life. You know what's also hysterical, though, with that YouTube comment? I'm not sure if that person's being ironic. Like, Lancer010 Gaming in YouTube chat could absolutely have just been like, okay, bye, just like as a meme. You never know. But what's really funny about that is that you're playing Dwarf Fortress and thinking that the majority of the people who play Dwarf Fortress don't already lean that way. At least the old school community. This game kind of attracts those types of people. I'm not going to dive into your American problems. I'll just sit here and smile. And it's like a bartering only system. What's even funnier is like the game has money systems that run under the hood. Like you can, using DF hack and some other external tools, you can figure out through legends who's the richest entity in the world and who the richest characters in the world are. And it leads to some really interesting discoveries when you find guys that are just like perpetually embezzling funds or like gambling on sporting events in the Dwarf Fortress world. It's always very entertaining. I think you telling me what works and what doesn't work in a country that doesn't work just proves one thing. You haven't experienced it working. Anyway, like I said, I'm not a communist, Sky Bolivian. I'm a socialist. There's a difference. Don't you lump me in with communists. Anyway, since I'm still in the process of getting my better farming up and running, I should probably do this. You see, at this point, the only people that come over to my parents' house for dinner generally agree. So we don't get into that. We only get into that stuff on my dad's side of the family. I think that you are backing yourself into a corner, Dragavon. I think that the best mode of action for you right now is to simply just state you have an opinion that's going to get argued against for all eternity in this chat. Okay, there's a lot of people here who I don't want to see arguing right now. And I'm seeing you making arguments that are just going to be dead ends here. And you've already made it very clear that you don't agree with anybody here politically. So if you're just here to start arguments, that's awesome. Fuck off. If you're here to be part of the community, that's cool. Be part of the community. I don't want to argue why you're wrong for the rest of my day. I don't get paid to do that. Go watch Hassan if you want to do that. All right? We all on the same page now? Thumbs up? Cool. Let's do religion next. Catholics are cultists. Don't ask me what I think about Mormons. Tax the churches, motherfucker. That's all. Although I will say that the Church of Scientology here in Vancouver has nice donuts, and they're free. But you have to take a pamphlet, which is kind of scary. Just don't be drunk enough to actually sign anything. Just show up and take their donuts and drink their coffee and leave. It's great when you're drunk. I'm sorry, Jody. Sorry, not sorry. I don't know. I've heard Oklahoma has really nice peaches. That's all I know about Oklahoma. I mean, I know more than that about Oklahoma, but... Leave the Lutherans out. I was raised Lutheran. Don't ask me anything about being raised Lutheran. At least Lutherans go to church more than 4 days a year. I'm looking at you, Catholics. Not that that's a positive thing necessarily, but they're more dedicated to the cause. You didn't mean to cause trouble? Yeah, I can just see it bubbling. So I'm just putting a foot down before it begins. Because believe it or not, I do know the audience that I cultivate here. And it tends to cause a lot of people with similar opinions to congregate in a Twitch chat because everybody's talking every day. Makes things roll smoother. So you have a minority opinion. There's plenty of people that agree with you that watch. That's fine. But just understand that it's going to be a losing argument. And it is just going to start arguments. And I don't really want that. Because, as I said earlier, the internet is a really good place to argue. It's not really a good place to get anything practical done. Yeah, this is why you don't give them actual information. Yeah, see, I've fucked with the Church of Scientology a couple of times while I was very drunk. And it's entertaining, but you have to have enough, like, pre-planning and forethought to not give them real contact information and shit. But I have taken their coffee and their stuff before. It's free. Who's gonna say free coffee? Say no to free coffee. I'll take free coffee and donuts. I'm not above it. I like this kind of communism. I mean, what? So Ashton the Mechanic has created a Zakisithad, a Gabbro mechanism, and offers it to the Firefrost. I need to figure out something to do with that. Maybe use it as a trap on the side door. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval Gabbro cabochons and table-cut citrines, and encircled with bands of Gabbro and copper and morganite cut citrines. This object menaces with spikes of Gabbro and silver. On the item is an image of a rose-cut gem in tower cap. On calf muscles. No, but I know that muscles aren't the most painful thing to get tattooed. Bone is. What's this question related to? Because that's oddly specific. Are you considering getting a calf tat? Yes, but this is my house you're in, Dragvon. So you showed up in my house, potentially bringing up subjects that are inevitably going to start fights in my house. So I reserve the right to tell you to shut up. And if you can't accept that, please go back to watching the VODs. Because I don't want to ruin my day and other people's days by witnessing the beginning of arguments in my chat. Does it moo at you? BSP. No calf tattoo. We're same joke, different direction, but sure. You're gonna hit the 8. Don't hit it too hard. Had a few glasses of wine. Well, I hope you had a good day. But won't peek out in the professional ones. It's really sad to me that some people think that tattoos still aren't a thing acceptable in professional environments, but such is life, I suppose. 301, I think? Stone? I need to check, but... Or no, sorry, no, 303, because 301 was when I started the first fort, so 303. What was I going to do? I was going to do something down here. Now I've completely spaced on what it was. Just kind of panning the camera around and doing nothing of note. Dwarves are just like permanently round the clock pretty much making clothing. I'll say this. Get tattoos somewhere you are comfortable having tattoos, right? If you're truly worried about professional environments, get tattoos on your arms. And the reason I say that is it's not hard to wear a long sleeve, especially in a professional environment. But also, if you spend a lot of time in professional environments, you'll start to see people that, you know, just have tattoos. I mean, it was a joke, if you know what I'm saying. Ah, well then we'd all know that you were a chronic gambler, Dragomon. It's a really good way to completely distribute that to everybody's knowledge. I hate the wallpaper in here. Have I thought about changing that? Thankfully, there is no wallpaper in here. Just blackness and void. Like my soul. True story, there is no wallpaper. This apartment is just like beige paint and blackness. Well, I mean, everybody knows that Bitcoin is just chronic gambling addictions. Like if you're trading in crypto, you're just a chronic gambler. It's a true shame. The smart ones admit that. Ripping wallpaper out of an old dentist's office? Oof. Renovation time? Also, out of curiosity, what kind of wallpaper? Is it like a floral print kind of thing? The thing with tattoos is you have no idea what you would want for the rest of your life. I think about tattoos like this, as somebody who has several. Tattoos are a time and place thing. If you are all right and comfortable enough with yourself to accept that you have a thing on your body that meant something to you at a time, and it gives you a memory of that time, then it's a good use of the space on your person. Otherwise, you probably shouldn't get tattoos. But how did I come to that conclusion? Because I know how cryptocurrency works. And I've stared at the crypto markets for years. If you are willing to get a Bitcoin logo tattooed on you, you're either silly or a chronic gambler. It's one of the two. That's how I came to that conclusion. But yeah, it's just a lot of people try and justify it because a lot of people try and justify tattoos to themselves as this is something I'm going to have on my body for the rest of my life, which is usually how a lot of people reference tattoos when they don't have any. Something that you see kind of a lot. And the reality is, when it comes to tattoos, it's either something you want to do or it's something you don't want to do. And if you don't want to do it, don't do it. But think about it as like a photo album. It's a time and place thing. You know, you're wearing a t-shirt right now that you really like. In 15 years, you might not like that t-shirt anymore or even like the reference of that t-shirt. But then you look back at a photo of yourself wearing the t-shirt and you go, huh, well, that's neat. And that's how I think about tattoos. So, Dragavon, remember how earlier I said that you really seem like you're here to start arguments? Just have a little bit of self-awareness. Please. Because if you don't know the can of worms you open, then you really need to think a little bit before you type. Yeah. Mountain Dew on the rocks. Yeah. Also, if that was the point that you lost faith, man, at that point, most, at least for myself, I'm too deep in Schadenfreude to lose faith anymore. Like, you know, I've never really thought about the term can of worms before. Dragoner in YouTube chat. But is that where that comes from? It's like it's a can of worms because you're fishing for something? 'Cause that's true. Like, my mind just, like, was blown a little bit by that statement. Hello from Canada. Person in YouTube chat. I mean, it does fit. That's not what I wanted to click. That's what I wanted to click. You were not at all surprised by the Haktua coin. You thought it was a real investment for sure. It was sold to her as a payday. Yeah, well, you know. Become famous for a meme, become a grifter pipeline is very short and very sudden and very abrupt. So it kind of didn't surprise me. Human greed knows very few bounds. Shoutouts to this dwarf Zulban here, who has left a pineapple and some peppers in his bedroom. I think this dwarf here is trying to make some hot sauce. You can make some real delicious stuff with some hot peppers and some pineapple. I mean, he's trying to make like a fancy mixed drink in here. Let's see. Are we just out of sand? Are we out of bags? Empty bag, okay. I need empty bags. So let's check up here. Let's move all this stuff underground. Or back down, rather. What's my strategy for accomplishing the goal? I don't really have a goal right now. So how does one have a strategy for accomplishing a goal that doesn't exist? I don't know how to answer that. Because I truthfully don't really have a goal right now. Because I completed the goal that was already in the thing. Yeah, that's been completed. I kind of haven't really had a goal for a while. I mean, we have a vampire in this fort that I kind of would like to do something with, but I don't really have a goal for this fort currently. We've already completed it, which was make the fort and then bring a bunch of adventurers to it, which I did. And now we're just kind of building the fort. Let's eat some giant cheetahs. And a pig while we're at it. No, I mean, you can talk about any controversial topics you want. Just accept that you're going to have it thrown directly in your face and you'll be pointed at as someone who's being very silly. So you can talk about whatever you want. But without a semblance of self-awareness, it's just going to make your day not great. That's all. Captain of the Guard was not the vampire. No, the vampire was a boyar, this dwarf. Solon. Which I want to say I did have to interview several times to get him to admit it, but he's since eaten 3 dwarves, and I've managed to get him a copper pick. And I'm going to wait until just before his sentence is done, because he's still in prison. And then I'm probably going to lock him in here and try and get him to build his own fort. I kind of like the idea of an eternal scribe or something. Dwarves can be controversial. True. Sometimes my mayor will request that I make traction benches, and that's very controversial. It's horrifying, even. Make a vampire fight pit? Nah, because that's not going to work. It's not going to work the way you think it would. Although it depends on what you mean by a vampire fight pit. You don't really want... If you're going to have a vampire, you don't want it to be able to access anything else, and because it's part of my faction, there's no real way to do that positively. Well, we found him, so I don't need to suss out anything. I just kind of interviewed people, and eventually we found him. I didn't really have a strategy to it. Sometimes I go out of my way to, like, lock everybody in a room, but I was like, fuck it, we'll just figure it out. And we did. We just interviewed people until we found him. Took it the lazy route, but, you know, it is what it is. Alright, then maybe it's best you go back to watching VODs. Dragvagon. Just so that we don't end up on a sour note. The Etten Itha Femiline has come. Giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. Oh. Well, that's funny. With a dwarf skull totem of all things. No, I'm making a suggestion to you, Vaughn, which you can choose to listen to or not. But I don't see this ending well, based on your demeanor. But anyway. I could just go down there and dig him out. That's kind of hysterical, though. I wonder how long this Etten has been stuck in melting ice. It sounds like, is there a dwarf stuck on one side of the fire that's trying to access the other side of the fire? Because that would cause your frame rate to drop down to nothing. If there's just fires burning, that shouldn't cause any issues. But only if it's blocking somebody's pathing. It does have an artifact, too, so I kind of want to get to it. It's also killed a bunch of dwarves. Not much. Black coffee yourself, dude? They just stay there until he starves. So, hostile units invading you can't starve to death. I mean, like I said, I could just dig him out, which isn't really a huge deal. It's just my military will be vomiting. Why is there so much joining existing conflicts going on? Huh. So I did that intentionally in this fort. The lava rising thing. It's when you reclaim a map, the game reassigns the base level for the all liquids. So if you're on an ocean, you might just get a tidal wave. The only way to fix it is to embark or reclaim it, and then if it happens, quit without saving, and reclaim it again. And a couple times you'll get it if it doesn't work the first time. Otherwise, no. There's not much you can really do aside from creative fixing of the problem. Stuck Merchant gone berserk. I wish that Stuck Merchant would just go berserk. All right, so we are digging this critter out. There it goes. This dwarf is digging real slow. There we go. And you fell. You may want to run there, Dewson. Or your mom and your sisters are going to miss you very much. But the military is already in the pit. The question is, are you also in the pit? A peasant strikes the Etten in the upper leg with a pick. Oh, so you're joining them at the fighting. Well, that's fine. Let's just tell these two squads now to kill it. Because it's right there. The peasant strikes the Etten in the left foot. The Etten misses. The Etten says, how fleeting life is beyond fear. The militia commander hacks the Etten in the left hand with the axe, tearing the muscle. No, don't re-retire it. You'd have to go back to when you reclaimed it the first time. Because now it's based off of the depth that the lava is at now. So you want the lava from where it was originally, not from where it is now. Because if you re-retire it, it'll save where it currently is indefinitely. And then when you retire it, unretire it, it'll be at a new layer. So it might be higher, it might be lower. So it's going to be even harder and take longer. So I wouldn't recommend that. I would say go back to the beginning if you can. Otherwise, I would just keep playing and do your best to get around it. Dump water on it and the like. The Etten loses hold of its artifact, and the peasant strikes the Etten in the lower leg with a copper pick, tearing the muscle. A copper pick is lodged in the wound. The peasant pulls on the pick and removes it from the Etten's leg. The militia commander hacks it. So yeah, the militia commander isn't using their powers, even though they should theoretically have them. The Etten bites the peasant in the lower leg, and the Etten says, I'm panicking, after severing the peasant's leg. Well, I mean, okay. The dwarves continue to fight with it. The pick gets lodged in the wound again. Our peasant up here is still bleeding, but aside from there being blood everywhere, seems to be in okay spirits. Lorbam here is continuing to thwack the creature, hacking at it, tearing apart the fat. And meanwhile, our Etten here is now winded, cannot breathe, exhausted, and dying of suffocation because it's lost both of its lungs. Dwarves continue to just thwail on it and whack it. Yeah, I would recommend pouring water on the excess lava. That's kind of your best course of action, or trying to redirect it. Yeah, so they're just beating it to death now. Let's just unpause this and just let it run. That's taking a while. They finally killed it because a hammer dwarf bit it in the right hand, which tore the muscle. It's quite a bit of training, too. Let's just turn them all on for a second there. Let's just see who got it. Wasn't QN green tea. Obok, maybe? Nope. 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 Wasn't Darius who got it either. Wasn't you. Wasn't you. There we go. The unswerving sheen. Momas, you got it. Clean dye. Clean dyes. The way I see this, Dragvagon, is this is a learning experience. I'm sure that you will make it out just fine. But at this point, what's done is done. Re-embarking won't make it better. So you have to find ways around it. I really like the challenge of trying to figure out how to manage volcanoes. I think it's much more interesting than the normal volcano embark. All right, so you, I think, are going... Because, like, this creature's named Aetha Bristle Papers, the Unswerving Sheen. I'm gonna name you the Unswerving. That is your nickname connected to that creature. Also, Abel Ben Gorgon was stealing money from some other crew at one point, which is kind of funny. So there is a artifact here. What's this? It's a totem. I'm going to put it over here. And also open this. We're in an ad break, so I will pause. Yeah, it isn't getting high reviews either. Yeah, 2 out of 5 stars. Definitely. Spent days trapped into ice, and then when my rescue, the dwarves finally came to my rescue, they beat me to death. Yeah, I'm just bitching at Armok right now. You bring your chosen adventurer to the fort, now you can't stay. So I haven't managed to get chosen adventurers to stay. Normally the way adventurers work, Viral, you take them to your fort, you retire them, and then you reclaim the fort, and then you have them in your fort. I brought a chosen adventurer, and even asking, they had no option to ask permission to stay. That's the first thing. And they wouldn't stay when I retired them. They would just disappear. So, I don't know. I'm to the point where I think maybe you can't right now. At least that's my current assumption, is that you can't let your chosen adventurers be fortress residents. Only party members. Which is good because chosen adventurers can get almost anybody to join them if they ask. But you're probably coming to pull the lever. Yes, you are. No, you can't. Not if they're not in the map at all when you come back. So, like, they just unexist, right? They're just not there. They're elsewhere, on the other end of the map, probably. And if a character does that, there is no, like, way that you can fix that. Like, you could lock them in a cage trap, retire them there, and then reclaim the fortress, and they'd be gone. Like, if the game doesn't want them to be there, they just won't be there. Like, I don't think it's a what if, like, you do this kind of thing. I'm pretty sure if they're just going to not be there, you're just SOL at that point. Also, the game has no mechanics for locking up and persuading anybody to join. So there is that as well. Just as an added wrinkle to the whole thing. So you can't make a chosen city? I don't think you can, no. I mean, the way I understand it is, like, you can do the chosen quest lines without being a chosen. But the intent of the chosen stuff is to be, like, a tutorial, which I think is really ironic, because it immediately sends you towards some pretty tough enemies that, like, don't get exhausted. Basically just sends you to your death. But, yeah, I don't know. Just kind of is what it is. Also, Logan J in YouTube chat, shoutouts to Liberal Crime Squad. Yep. Maybe one of these years I should play Liberal Crime Squad again. I just kind of don't want to read chat. Calling it LCS, though, will never work in my brain because of League Championship Series, though. I know that's my own fault for over-associating those words, but... Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so now I can pull this lever. And get this sealed off. Okay, so that's closed. And now we've got that totem. This is a dwarf skull totem. That big old capital L, that is in fact how you spell that word, yes. But what you can do is you can build a city of chosen followers, right? So if you just get a large collection of mercenaries following you, you could have a very weird fort from the start. But yeah, I'm kind of bummed about that too. I feel like it would be nifty if we could do that, but from what I've found, it just isn't really an option currently, which, you know, could be better, but could also be worse. We just have no there's just no silk. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Is there really no silk? I find that kind of hard to believe. I swear that this thing was like full of silk when I first got here. But it appears to have been cleared. Every other dwarven fortress must just be full of cats or something. It's killing all the poor spiders. I mean, there's still some. They're just like in exceptionally inopportune areas. Excessively inconvenient locations. Thankfully, no. Nobody said cats. You were hearing things. All right, let's dig down again. So I know how deep the next layer is. It's down here. Let's go to like right there. Why are you so upset? You want to pray real bad. So you're too overworked. Be the problem. The Turquoise Company has many members in Winterthrone and now requires a guild hall. They want a miners guild. All right. A miners guild we shall give you. Question is where the hells do I put sit? This is also fully dug out now, so I can now dig down. But no, I'm not entirely sure what could have like made there just be no cave spiders on this level. It's hard to say. But it certainly isn't cats, because I don't have any cats in this fortress. Outside of the giant cheetahs. But those aren't really cats, those are giant cheetahs. So they don't do the same kind of local wildlife extermination nonsense that cats do. Dwarves keep making meals even though you have a condition set to only make meals if there are less than 10 on rotten meals. So that would require 10 meals to be meals to be rotten. So I would say, well, actually no, it wouldn't require meals to be rotten. That would require them to not be in barrels, right? Basically, it sounds like you've got your conditions screwed up. That's all I have to do to like spelling an English word in Cyrillic. It's like using Japanese characters to spell words. People do that. You find funny looking letter and you make a word out of it. Meh. But it really sounds like you've got your meal priorities screwed up somewhere. I don't know where without looking at it, but it sounds like something's messed up somewhere. They only reference 10 containers containing unrotten meals. Yep. I feel like maybe turning off mixing similar foods together would help with that. But I could be wrong. Basically, I wouldn't use that condition. I mean, if you're trying to make meals, which, here, I should probably be cooking meals. If you're trying to make meals, let's say you're making lavish meals, I wouldn't put conditions in. I would literally just put it on a timer and eyeball it. Just do it seasonally or monthly. So let's just be like, okay, so monthly we'll just make 10 lavish meals. Not even, let's do 25 or 15 lavish meals. That's the way I do it. And then if I end up with too many, I just turn the number down because they're not eating them quick enough. It's never not worked. I may have to exterminate that merchant. Sorry. Now they leave. Perfect. I mean, it's awkward, but hey. I didn't want to kill them with my soldiers. They won't process plants and seeds before cooking, unless you link stockpiles together. So if you specifically want them to process plants and seeds, I just get them to cook seeds I don't want. Then you will have to go out of your way to make sure that they are completing those tasks. Also, I've thought of something just now. I've got this area, which has cranberries growing, meaning I could make a greenhouse and grow some cranberry wine. Might have to do that. Yeah, you could also disable them in the cooking menu. That's another thing you can do. Let's make a dyer. Actually, something I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over here. I'm just going to make this room bigger. And then take out this wall. Ah, merchant has been found dead. Well, that's unfortunate. Fortunately, we found him dead. So, you know, can deal with him at this point. Just died to the elements. It's a damn shame. Can I bury the merchant? I actually don't know. Yeah, I can. Cool. So if they complain about wrongdoing, I will just be like, well, we buried him properly after he stood outside for a very long time. So can you really blame us? I don't know. Can you? I mean, probably, but please don't. With picking rational choices for jobs, like you try to visualize the rational frequency and quantity for the jobs. Should you order food daily, batch the barrels seasonally? Okay, well, there's two pieces of information that can probably help with this a little bit, specifically with foods. Dwarves eat every other month and drink every other month. Most people have way too much food and drink at any time. You don't need to overproduce stuff because producing stuff makes your dwarves happy. So if you overproduce stuff, it'll exhaust them and they won't be happy. If you underproduce things, obviously you'll run out. So it's a very careful balance between overproduction and underproduction. Ideally, you don't ever want to be overproducing anything, but at the same time, if you you obviously don't want to underproduce because then you'll have nothing. But it is definitely a balancing act. You found your vampire? Yay! Now what? What do you plan to do with this vampire? I would like my vampire to make his own fortress at some point, but to be sneaky about it. I knew interrogating every member of your farmers guild would do it. Why were the farmers suspect in this? No, you don't. You do not need to hyperproduce foodstuffs. One of the biggest causes of fort collapses in Dwarf Fort is people overproducing things because exhausted dwarves will just keep producing stuff no matter how exhausted they get at a point. And dwarves need as much, if not more, vacation time than humans in real life. It wasn't even a farmer. It was your broker? It was your broker? Well, I can safely say that he's broken some rules. It didn't even work. I tried. You can't say that I didn't try. Broked. We'll go with that. It's definitely the correct usage from the English language. So, Viral LP and Mini Monster. This conversation is lovely. Please stop. If you want to do it in DMs. I'd like to be able to easily and quickly, like, read my chat. And it's fine if people use other languages to a point, but this is just getting a little silly. So, if you want to keep memeing back and forth at each other with characters, just do it in DMs. Otherwise, it just gets tricky to moderate things. That's all. I don't disallow other languages because I think that's a little silly, but let's keep it reasonable, guys. It's all good. Mini Monster. That's the same reason I don't really like the upside down text. It's like, it's funny as a bit, but if it just keeps going, maybe cool it. All right, let's squish that squad. Let's give these guys a break. They've been able to train for a while. See how these dwarves are doing. You want to practice a craft, Stodier? You also want to practice a craft. Alrighty, Dishmab, I'll give you a break then. Let's throw in some other dwarves. Such as this one. Now, the thing is, I kind of want this to be the library, because I think this would make for just a nice little library, but now the question of how the fuck do I do this becomes pretty rampant. Yeah, okay, that'll work. I think what I'm going to do here is fill you up. Something, most likely, and then wall around the edges of this. Don't know I'm going to do entry and exit for this just yet. Because I could actually do an entry and exit right here, but I think I prefer up here somewhere. How did you get him in your fort, Viral? Because I tried a few different ways and wasn't able to get it to work. So you're just over here collecting sand. We've got a sandbag, although I'll bet you sandbags are allowed in here. Let's remove those. Get them all moved up to here. You really like the room layout? It's kind of a pain in the ass to make, but it does look nice. Oh, okay. That's probably the issue I ran into then, because my character, I made them the lord of a location so that I could re-embark from there. And I guess that's why then. Because you can do that with characters that are lords. But it didn't work as an adventurer. But if you're a lord, you can't ask for permission to stay, and you can't ask to join somebody else's military. But you had to do it the old-fashioned way then, which is interesting. So now this stuff's getting worked on. Okay, so you specifically make green glass blocks. Let's just make 150. And then you up here, sand, 150 for both of them. So only this one's gonna make blocks, but they're both gonna collect sand. And then as this starts to work through these bags, it'll hopefully... Oh, that's interesting. A vile force of darkness has arrived and is seeking a parley. Well, that's interesting. What? Oh, hey, look, fairies. Pixies, rather, not fairies. There's a dwarf there. Bax Veilfire. Flyglaze. Alright. Well, they seem to be pretty well armed, too. They've got iron gear. I would really like that so I can melt it down. Question is how big is this army? Lots and lots of doors. They can't get through doors. Lock them behind doors. Seal off areas that have them in there, and then just accept everybody in there is going to die. If you've already made it to the point where you have to ask about outbreaks, then yeah, you may already be fucked. Where-based outbreaks are very difficult to deal with if you're not fully prepared. But is your citizen? Oh, that's interesting. It sounds like you... Huh. That's interesting. It seems wrong if he's, like, sitting there naked, but, like... Seems like something screwed up somewhere. From how I'm reading that, but... So these are all granite, so I can't screw this up. Oh, well, whatever. I won't take this one for granite, then. So what I need to do is I need to figure out how to connect to this lower area down here. Because I want to fight primarily underneath this. So since we're currently in a vile force of darkness, I'm going to assign all of this to the burrow. And fighting them in this tunnel will give us a massive advantage. The question is how the hell am I going to get down to this tunnel? Because I have no idea. I haven't thought about that at all. I could use ramps. There is space right here. We really need to clean up all this blood, don't we? Could go from over here, potentially. The thing is... Yeah, we should go from here. That's what we're gonna do. I mean, yeah, that might help other people. But I kind of understand what the order of operations was, if that makes any sense. Okay, where am I supposed to be going here? Okay, so it's layer 30 that we're going to. So that's where we're going to dig down to. And the entryway into this walkway is going to look something like this. I can pretty this up later. Yeah, that'll be fine. Although I'm going to need to add a bunch of stuff to the burrow. So all the way down to here. All the way along to there. And also, where is it? This. So I'm just gonna satisfy this guild request. Nobody saw this, okay? We'll figure this out later. Minor guild. Accept. Yay! Okay, cool. Just don't worry about it. Shh. We'll make that better later. The only job I want kids doing is cleaning. Let's just go to chores. Remove everything except for cleaning and lever ops. So I just kind of want these kids to clean up this blood, please. Please clean up the blood. It's becoming a problem. The reason I want to do the fighting down here, and why I feel that the fighting down here is better off than elsewhere, is if we do the fighting down here, then by the time they get to us, we'll have enough space to fight them without having to worry about cave adaptation as much. Because this will just move most of the fighting underground. That's nifty when that happens. All right, there they go. Digging through all these walls. This dwarf just looks like a clone of this dwarf. At a glance, they just look like the same dwarf. Getting through all these boulders and everything else. Should also probably close that front door. This one. Right here. Madness. We're about to get hit by an ad. When the ads pop, I will pause the game. I don't think this siege is gonna be that bad. I need an excuse to dig this tunnel anyway. That is a nonsensical sentence that doesn't mean anything, mini monster. Just build a 1x1 hospital bedrooms and wall it off. Yeah, but I'd choose to just build a door and lock it. Like, the ideal with werebeasts is you don't let the infection get into your fort generally and try and set up preventative measures for that. Once you've got the infected werebeasts, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. And then you have to deal with it from there. But the idea would be to just not get anybody infected in the first place. That's generally the goal when it comes to werebeasts. Just don't get infected. Don't get bit. It's fine. Just don't get bit. So I've had a good number of people suggest that we do ballistas in this fort, which I could. We could do ballistas if you guys like. And I have an idea here of how I could do ballistas that I think would look pretty cool. The problem is in order to do ballistas, I would also have to train them to use them, so we'd have to build catapults. I've been fucking dead in bed for the past 4 days, but little plastic tab thingy says it's not the flu or the COVID, so it's not too bad. Okay, well, I wonder if it's something similar to what I had. I had this cold that felt like a flu, and then later turned out to be pneumonia, which was not fun. I don't recommend that. It sucked. Would avoid 0 out of 10 is my review of pneumonia. Don't get pneumonia. Many random sicknesses I would much rather have over pneumonia. Just an unpleasant way to spend a week. You had a fort get a werebeast assault, read for bites, saw a bite, panicked, and then saw it was your dwarf. The dwarf being, it was my dwarf biting the dwarf, your dwarf biting the were creature. I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, that's funny. I had a were creature attack, and I talked about this the other day, but immediately upon entering the map, he got all of his teeth punted out of his mouth, and then bit like a dozen dwarves, and none of them got infected. That was pretty funny. Yeah, no gifts from Santa for pneumonia this year. How you doing, Salva? It's good to see you. I think ballistas are fucking terrible, but if you think they're fun, I'm glad you feel that way. But genuinely, I think ballistas are fucking terrible. I hate ballistas. They're awful. Ad breaks are wild. I have no control over them. Well, I can schedule them or not schedule them. So either you get them when you tune in or you get them scheduled. I like them more scheduled, because then at least I know when people are stuck in an ad instead of not knowing when people are stuck in an ad. So at the very least, this way I can compensate a bit for. Happy to help, Giovanni. Yeah, true. Okay, I agree. I also think that the concept of ballistas are fun. Ballistas in theory, dope. Ballistas in practice? These were designed for a 2D game and a 3D game. I need a redesign. That's ballistas in practice. Butch the mayor has been reelected. Welcome back, Mayor Butch. And we are not allowed to export statues, which I think is just kind of funny. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do here, I'm going to be a little sneaky. I'm going to make 2 infinite stockpiles right there. I'm also going to move these giant kitties. And what we're going to do is I'm going to slowly move my boulders from this stockpile over to here. Bearded brewer or farmer, please. Bearded brewer or farmer. Man, okay, so I don't know who's redistributing this sheep's blood everywhere, but every time I look, there's more of it. So I'm just going to do the old-fashioned stockpile trick. Can we please stop putting the sheep blood everywhere. I know that you guys really like... Is the sheep just bleeding? Oh. So I think I've got a sheep that's just like got an infection. And it's just like kind of bleeding everywhere. Just like constantly. It's a paintbrush. It's a paintbrush with legs, but it's also a mop, so you'd think it would mop some of it up. You're probably just full of infections, right? Well, I mean, diagnosis required, and we'll never know, right? Anyway, the blood was a cry for help. I mean, I can't heal him, so... Unless I use full heal, which, I mean... The administration requires that you please restrict all satanic rituals to the satanic ritual area, which is the bottom 13th floor of the lower basements. Please do not bring your sheep for slaughter to the dining halls or the food stockpiles. That's gross. Thanks for listening and understanding. So, Fallout Rain, does COG work? As they do. I'm presuming, yep. If this works, we'll roll with it. He is very curious about the blood that's currently on the floor that he's stepping in, and can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. He has an active imagination, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He does not cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and he can handle stress. He occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and is slow to trust others. He is quite ambitious, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally sees merrymaking as a waste, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and likes chromite, steel, and turquoise, giant hair, tooth, and short swords, querns, and pigs for their sense of smell, masked lovebirds for their loving nature, and the words of the Saturn tresses, and the sound of the play of sisters, and the sight of the mirth of lathering, and when possible prefers to consume cherry wine, and hates slugs. No. I'm not forbidding them from performing the satanic rituals. I'm all for the satanic rituals. Hail Satan. But they just need to be kept in the satanic ritual room, which is where they're designated, right? It's just like, keep the orgies in the orgy closet and keep the satanic rituals in the satanic ritual hall. But like, let's not have them both in the same place, because then shit just gets kind of gnarly, you know? So what's wrong with ballistas? Because friendly fire? My two main issues with ballistas are, issue number one, they're manned by civilians and not soldiers, which means soldiers, when they see an enemy, most of them, except for the ones that are completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted by danger, will stand their ground and do their task, right? So if it's a Marksdorf, they'll shoot bolts. If it's a soldier, they'll charge, etc. If it's a civilian, the second they see a threat, regardless of if there's a fucking wall or 5 between them, if they're within 30 tiles, they run away screaming. I fucking hate that. Drives me nuts. They refuse to reload. They don't want to... Like, if I could set it up in a way so that soldiers use them, most of my issues would go away. The other issue that I have is they can't shoot up or down. So all of the ways my brain thinks, oh, I could solve this issue by just simply raising them up a level, is kind of negated, because yeah, they do drop down eventually, but the better they get at shooting, the further they go. So they're just extremely awkward to actually fire consistently, and also annoying to line up. So essentially, all you can really do is have a really good, like, siege operator sit very far away from the enemy army, and then fire at a distance and hope the enemy doesn't get close enough that they panic. The friendly fire is fine, that's fun to deal with. But I don't like the fact that they're not operated by soldiers. Yeah, if I could link them to something to make them semi-automatic, or fire off on a timer, or connect them to, like, any of the other mechanism materials in Dwarf, I would use them. a lot. But because they are something that has to be fired by a dwarf, so if you have to force somebody to do something in DFHack, this is me here, you're not playing the game anymore. You are modifying the game with DFHack. So that isn't a viable option, in my opinion, when it comes to using a thing. No, the only thing you can really do is just train up a bunch of dwarves as military dwarves so that they are, and find dwarves that are more mentally sound, burrow them in the area, train them as siege operators, and use ex-military dwarves as siege operators. But, like, I don't know, man. Cheers, Bonkmeister. Username checks out. But no, like, that's my issue with ballistas, is they're just tedious. And not in a good way. That's all. If they weren't so tedious, I would be significantly more understanding of their functionality. But they're just tedious, man. They're just tedious. Appreciate it. Viral LP. You didn't have to, but appreciate it. I like catapults as like a side activity for dwarves. Because like it is just a form of strength training, but also a form of like pleasurable side activity. And they don't friendly fire, which is nice, I guess. Basically, my issue with the siege engines in Dwarf Fortress is they were designed for an era of the game when the game was 2D. Okay? That's it. They were designed for an era of the game when it was 2D. It's 3D now. And so a lot of their use cases are gone. It was also designed for an era of the game when stress worked completely differently. And characters that were assigned to a task wouldn't run away in fear in the same way that they do now. So it was just a lot more reasonable to expect your dwarves to, you know, not panic, scream, and run away in fear, as they do now. So let's go down to here. I'm going to grab you. I'm going to add a route. I'm going to say load from this. We're going to load other stone. And then I'll make another one for economic, probably. And I will also make a stockpile right there. I will also make a stockpile right there. You will also be stone. You will also be stone. I will go to this one and remove the wheelbarrow. Go to this. Remove these. Let's go to you right here. Let's type in other stone. You up here can be metal ore, which is what you are. And you can have a copper minecart connected to it. And you can also load from here. This will slowly begin the process of moving all of this crap out of this hallway. But we just need that minecart to get placed first. And I also need this injured sheep to get out of here. So, I'm going to say this for another time. I'm convinced that we are all... Nighty Moon, this is in regards to what you're saying. I am convinced that we are all Mandela affecting ourselves into thinking that dwarves used to break down doors. Or not dwarves. Forgotten Beasts used to break down doors. Because I had to go back to an older version of the game to record some stuff a little while ago. And as part of that, I tested this. And in version 47, there was 2 options for locking doors. Okay? Keep doors tightly closed and lock doors. There might have been other things in DF Hack, but I don't remember because I never messed with DF Hack really in those days, not in minute-to-minute gameplay. And when they were tightly closed, most Forgotten Beasts could knock them down. When they were locked, most couldn't. And I'm convinced that we are just Mandela affecting ourselves into thinking that they could always rip them off the hinges. Because they could when they were tightly closed, but it would take a while. When they weren't tightly closed, they'd just walk through them. So, tightly closed, for those of you who don't remember, allow dwarves to walk through it, but pets and animals can't. I'm convinced that we are just simply Mandela affecting ourselves into thinking that they could do this. Trolls can break down locked doors, and they can in this version. They do. I've seen them do it. They can also topple other constructions as well. Yeah, it's literally this bleeding sheep. This sheep's driving me nuts, chat. I hate this sheep. Stay there, stupid sheep. So, did they fix it? I don't think they're broken. Because also, Forgotten Beasts have random stats, right? And one of the random stats that they have is Building Destroyer. Not all Forgotten Beasts are Building Destroyers, thing number one. Thing number two, some Forgotten Beasts are significantly better Building Destroyers than others, with no real logic in between them, from what I can tell. It's just random. And most Forgotten Beasts aren't even enough of a Building Destroyer to, like, do basic building destruction. But some of them are high-level Building Destroyers and can topple locked doors. No, not all of them are. Blobs are not, as an example. It depends on if they have hands. But some of them have abnormally higher. So a humanoid one would have a higher chance to topple things. So from what I can tell, us as a community, and I'm guilty of this too, have Mandela affected ourselves into thinking that all doors used to be toppleable by all Forgotten Beasts. I don't think that's the case. Because I had exactly the same thing happen, where they would topple the tightly closed ones, but they wouldn't topple the locked ones. They just stand there in front of the locked ones for all eternity. Just like they do now. So I don't think it's a matter of it being fixed. I think that we've just got bad memory as a community. And I've explained this maybe once a stream for the past 6 months. So, you're welcome! But I don't know. From my experiments when I messed with it, it really seems like we've just convinced ourselves that they're that way. Yeah, I have no interest in it. Really. And the more people ask me about it, the less interest I have in it. I played a bunch of, or not a bunch, but a bit of Ilona, which is the game that predates Ellen, and fucking hated it. I despised it. And I feel like I would feel the exact same way about the sequel. And the more people pester me about it, the more I go, yep, no, I would just hate it. So now it's becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy, I think. Because what I said initially when it came out was, yeah, I'll try it eventually. But I don't want to pay for it. I don't feel like pestering the dev for a code of a game that I probably won't play. So I'm waiting for it to be cheaper. Because I'll probably play it for like 6 hours and just be like, yep, nope, it's the same thing. And before people go, it has a demo. I know. I'm not going to stream a demo. So, you like RimWorld? I used to. And then it released from early access. Well, actually, no. Then it went into beta and removed a lot of stuff that I liked about the early access. RimWorld's a rocky tale for me. I liked RimWorld, and the more it developed, the less I liked it. What didn't click with Ilona for me? Why does everybody care so much? Fucking enjoy your video games. Let me not enjoy yours. Grindy is absolute fucking piss. Like, I don't like grinding. And I don't like having to read descriptions of shit to figure out the game's own developed functions and ways to avoid grinding. I don't like that. I don't think it's funny. I think it's just crass and not in a good way. I think that there's like a nice balance between crassness and funny, and I don't find it particularly funny, so the humor is just lost on me. It's a parody of itself that doesn't end up doing a good job of being a parody. It just ends up being boring. The dungeon layouts, at least in Ilona, were fine. I think the enemy variety was interesting. I think the character build variety was interesting, but just everything around it just sucked. So, how about stop asking me to play Ilona? Or Ellen, rather, because it's a game that exists. Go play it. Enjoy it. I'm glad it exists. I don't want to play it. But if the doors are free for all, the beast will walk through it, though. Yes. But if you forbid it, it just ignores its existence. Yes. Wouldn't that be a bug then? No? Because if the beast knows it can't get through it, how's that a bug? Because if you lock the door, if you lock the door, the beast ignores it because it can't get through it, and it knows. If you unlock the door, it goes through the door. How's that a bug? That's mechanics working as intended. I don't understand your definition of bug, I guess. Do I like DF Adventure Mode at all? Very much so. The thing that you need to realize, very average guy, is roguelikes are a genre. Okay? Ellen is a roguelike. I've played many roguelikes. I really like roguelikes. But many people like first-person shooters, but don't like every first-person shooter. Many people like RPGs, but don't like every RPG. Some games have slightly different mechanics, or variations on mechanics, that make a game more or less enjoyable for an individual. Ilona and Ellen have a lot of mechanics that make it very unenjoyable for me. That's it. So yes, I like adventure mode, and you're probably going to be like, well, that's a shit. Mate, I like Quake, but like Battlefield can suck a nut. You know what I'm saying? I don't actually like Quake. I think Quake's kind of annoying to play. Unless you're playing with friends. People take Quake too seriously. Ruins Quake. D is the craziest letter in the English alphabet. You know, I found I think it was a BuzzFeed article of the ranking of the English letters, which I think is really funny because X is really high up on the coolness factor for letters in the English language, which is like, wow, that ages poorly. It's like, what is the most repulsive letter in the English alphabet? Well. I'll have you know. I really liked Rocket Arena and like mods for Quake, but actually playing Quake, eh. Also A+, Sage. Have I played Rogue? Yep, and Brogue. I've streamed Rogue, actually, and several Rogue variants. Dulcan, have a look at this. Just saying. That's all I'm saying. You know, now you know. Now you know. Quake's engine is open source, so that you can just take Quake mods and put them on Steam with no repercussions, apparently, as long as they're free. What, quaffing a beverage? That's like saying chug. Yeah, one of my favorite Steam factoids is that at some point in the last 2 years, some random idiot just decided to stick Action Quake onto Steam and call it Action with a Q. It's like, well, that's all I have to say. The idea I have is that you just forbid it, like, tell your dwarves not to walk through it. The issue I have is that you can click on the door and set it at any moment, no lever. Well, I mean, you can use a lever to lock a door. You can hook a door up to a lever and then lock it and unlock it by pulling the lever. So if the issue that you have with it is that it's OP, don't use it. Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox game. It's not a game about overwhelming difficulty. It has a learning curve difficulty, but people who associate Dwarf Fortress with difficulty are associating Dwarf Fortress with other video games, not Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress has a lot of things in it that are absolutely fucking busted when it comes to mechanics. Dozens of things. The best weapon in the entire game and the best defense in the entire video game is a drawbridge. So, or the most consistent defenses. There's some things it can't kill, but the vast majority of things can be killed by a fucking drawbridge and nothing else. And at the end of the day, the beauty of Dwarf Fortress, for many of its player base, myself included, is that you can contort the game to do exactly what you want because the game doesn't give a flying fuck about making a balanced product. The game cares about being a good storyteller and allowing the player as much agency in that story as possible. Yeah, and they'll never stop being an Atom Smasher. Soul card. At least not unless the game completely rewrites itself. Oh, another one that I've got for you, Dulcan, is Fistful of Frags. Yeah, but basically, like, you're referring to a design decision as a bug, right? That's the distinction here, right? Like, if you yourself feel that it's just like when people complain, like or comment in my chat that, like, oh, I don't like weapon traps or something because I find weapon traps OP. Well, it's like, well, if you find them OP, then don't use them, right? Like, like that's most of the issue here. It's like, well, okay, well, if you personally think that something is overpowered, or if you think that, like, weapon traps, or if you think like cage traps are overpowered, just don't use them. Like, nobody's suffering if you just choose not to use them. And I realize that doesn't work for some people because, like, you know, maybe it doesn't work for you because you are very, like, once you know a mechanic exists, it's impossible to ignore it. Like, I know some people are definitely like that, but I think it's the beauty of Dwarf Fortress is that it lets you do that. You know, on solutions, I want to complain. I mean, your name is Ultimates, so I guess username checks out. I'm sorry for your loss. Hope your blood pressure goes down at some point. But with an attitude like that, I don't think that's possible. Forgotten Beast has arrived. Uh-oh. A towering eyeless ceratops. It has a long, straight horn, and its pine green scales are large and overlapping. Beware its deadly spit. Wear it. Not the spit. Oh, okay. Well, it's going to go die to the giant diamond critter. Man, this thing is dead. How many kills do you have now? 6. Ay. Although it's also really difficult to read complaints. Like, it's hard to, like, often when I'm talking to people in chat, it's hard for me to tell if somebody's complaining about something or if they're just trying to offer constructive criticism and just want to know my opinion. So I can't tell what this is either. Is whether or not, like, are you trying to offer the game constructive criticism and just trying to get a second opinion on said constructive criticism, or are you complaining about a mechanic that you think is broken? It's always hard to tell because of text. Is there anything constructive about complaining? Wait, no, that's just what Canadians do all the time. I should be an expert in this shit. Anyway. Sorry. Sorry if I offended you there, bud. Maybe for aesthetics, Giovanni in YouTube chat. But nothing outside of that. Whether it was correct or not? Yeah, okay. Sure, fair enough. It is correct behavior. I will be right back, chat.
Cheese for everyone!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Alright, we back.
You fucking donkey!
Claiborne, thanks for the raid! What's up? Sorry, I had to check my blood sugar. Welcome, Raiders. Hey, Jack, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Please and thank you. Also, mods, can I get a shout out for Claiborne? Everyone's favorite C1I board. How was streams today? What did you played? Because I presume there was multiple things. Looks like RimWorld. Well, hopefully you had a good time. I don't know, you often play too many games, so I never know what you were streaming that day, but it's always like Valheim, or it's Dwarfs, or it's something else, or it's some simulation survival thingy I've never heard of, or it's like some other mess. Or it's some other mess. Okay, Dwarf is slowly collecting stuff. I am slowly half preparing for a siege. That's what we're doing. And by slowly half preparing for a siege, I mean preparing to let them in this way. But first we gotta finish digging through all of this. Because I'm making this glacier shelf with lava above it into my hallway, my front door. Which is looking pretty cool right now, if you ask me. Definitely chilly. But let's just go up into here and remove all of this. And all of this. Because I got a siege I got to turn on. Why do you have to check your blood sugar? Yes, that's called having diabetes. No, I really, really, really like Pendulum. And so sometimes I just need to stop everything that I'm doing and listen to blood sugar at full blast for about 90 seconds. Otherwise, I just don't feel like my day is complete. Yeah, I mean, that's a mechanic that I think is a bit OP. But I feel like if you deny their parlays more than once, they should just, like, stop asking for parlays at a point. So we've got an artifact that's begun. So artifact's going to happen during a great battle. Well, that's exciting. Told them to station kind of in the wrong spot, so let's tell them to station right there. My copper-clad dwarves can hopefully fight. See how bad this siege is. It's not bad at all. We all need a direct pendulum injection once in a while. Yeah, it's very important for personal health and sanity. Here they come. Started with Nuclear Nightmare, which is much like Lethal. Oh, I've seen that. That's Lethal Company, but it's a legally distinct copy of the thing, right? So Datan, the stone carver, has created Otho Sethur, a Gabbro crown, and offers it to the Firefrost. We'll have to have a look at that after this tiny little siege is done. It's so cute. They thought that they could actually, like, convince us to part with our artifacts with a siege this small. It's kind of adorable if you think about it. Like, genuinely, it's kind of adorable. Okay, so once they get, like, I don't know, to about here, we'll fight them. Or that cat will fight them first. Who let that cat in here? Maybe the cat will come back, I don't know. Or the kitty will just go die. Did the cat just walk past them? I didn't see it run back. Oh, no, it must have. Okay. Small kitty, I suppose. I wonder if any of these goblins have relatives. Do any of these goblins have a family? Oh, you do. You must be notable. You worship the great god Gel. Mm-hmm. You killed a turkey and a dog? You monster. You didn't kill them here, though, but you did kill them this year. You're a proficient record keeper. Skilled comedian. This guy's funny. My military wearing copper armor? Yeah, we have tetrahedrite on this map. This is my first real siege where I'll have the opportunity to melt down some armor. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Yeah, John Carpenter's creation. Definitely not based on another movie. Yeah, no, I never play with everything accessible in supplies. I think that that's not a very fun way to play. I really like having pretty strict limitations on what I can use my military for. Dwarves are too powerful as is. I do need to weed through my military, though. Anyway, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? Because that's us right now. The dwarf at the front of the fight is Sakamura, here. He was charging through the goblin lines as the goblins begin to back up, suddenly realizing the mistake that they've made, and begin to bash at the goblins. The Mace Dwarf kicks the swordsman in the hand, or in the head, sorry, not the hand, and the attack was deflected by the iron helm, but then proceeds to bash him in the right ear, and the injured part explodes. Helm ain't gonna save you with that. This goblin's already bleeding and has dropped his sword. He lost hold of his sword after getting hacked in the arm with a golden battle axe, which twisted the elbow and tore apart the muscle and the bone. Dwarves are powering through. It does appear that one dwarf has been found dead, though, which is an absolute shame. Probably got a lucky bolt to the head. But it's okay. We've got more dwarves where that came from. And the remainders of the dwarves continue to push through towards the final destination of the second wave. This one is truly terrifying, this dwarf right here. Truly terrifying due to the fact that he's already in a martial trance. And dwarves' most powerful ability is the fact that they can go into a martial trance. So him being able to go into a martial trance and being able to fight with my other dwarves in a martial trance is actually really bad for me. Because it's going to be really hard to hit. The Hammer Dwarf jumps away. The Hammer Dwarf bites the Goblin Axeman. The Pike Dwarf stabs the Hammer Dwarf with the Copper Pike, which bruises him through his dress. So he's taken some hits already and is actually bleeding quite badly. But may or may not die here. Hopefully he doesn't leave his child. He is a single dad after all. Moving through the fighting. Or is that evil dwarf at? Trying to spot him. His name was Box, right? There he is. He is bleeding. He's taken several hits. But has managed to get through his bleeding. Some of my dwarves have lost clothing and now he's unconscious. You lost some clothing, but you're also probably dead, Zulban. Most likely because, again, you got hit by something real bad. Pike Dwarf stabbed you in the foot. Ah, that'd do it. Stabs him in the lower body. Gotcha. Just tore through your guts. Rest in peace, Dwarf. Looks like we'll lose 2 dwarves, maybe 3. But that's a price that I'm willing to pay. Darius has lost the ability to stand and needs to go to the hospital. Although Zulban here seems to have gained the ability to breathe back, which means maybe you will have a chance, in fact. I'm going to set both of these guys to monthly orders and take them off duty. Let them run back inside. And let's turn off the burrow. Get these dwarves rescued if we can. So it looks like we lost 1 dwarf, I think, maybe 2. Yeah, 1 dwarf. Well done. I think these dwarves need a round of beer when they get home. And here comes the dwarves to recover the wounded. Not a bad fight. Yeah, The Thing is genuinely one of my favorite movies ever made. So, yeah, I seem to recall seeing that nuclear thing that you were playing pop up and going, wow, that is very legally distinct to The Thing. Have you arrived at a fun time? Well, it's over now. Aside from the furnace operator is throwing a tantrum, but that's fine. We can throw you in the prison. That's what prison is for, Lorbam. These dwarves aren't currently the happiest with their living situation. But fortunately, we got, many places, many things that we can fill up with dwarves down here. And we also have a fully functional set of doctors that are pretty good for the most part. I mean, your leg's cut open. You just need a crutch, of which we have several. So it should be good. Cleaning patients, giving them waters, buckets of water. Yeah, they'll all be okay. Also, I need to move my war dogs down into here. But yeah, nothing super crazy is going on at this exact moment. I'm just kind of hollowing out underneath this obsidian shelf, which is what I'm calling the completely hardened glaciers. I'm just calling them obsidian shelves because I think it sounds kind of cool. And this is what we're going to use for defense. Also really need to go through my military and just like pick out all the dwarves that are not happy. Like this, wait, who was it that just had the blinking upset thought? Well, you've got an injury teched, so maybe we should swap you out for somebody else. This was also kind of more intended as the rotating squad anyway, so let's just fill in a few newbies and just remove people as they pop up. I also need to follow clothing and start to deal with clothing as they start to, become a problem. I had to tune out beforehand before you decided what the goal of this fort was the other day. I don't have a goal for this fort yet. Like, we never were really able to come up with anything. Like, I have a vampire in this fort, and I kind of want to make him, like, his own little vampire area, but that's kind of all I really got. I don't really have an overarching goal for this fort right now. I was going to try and put the vampire into here and let him live there alone. But, yeah, I don't really have an end goal for this fort. The were-giraffe Esmond has come, a very large giraffe twisted into human form. City giraffe, why are you attacking my fort? It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow mahogany. Its charcoal hair is very curly. You will know why you fear the night. Okay, where is it? Oh, well, you're dead. Did I open this gate? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. Well, shit. This is like the worst time for this to happen. Wow, that looks funny. Man, I love the way these things look. Okay, well, that's one dead. Hey, you became a human again. Well, that's convenient. Bye. See ya, soap odors. It's a legendary gem cutter. Must be cold. Says death, I feel very uneasy. And then he runs off. Okay, so I've got a crown I've got to put away as well. Which is this. And also I can go over here and paint at least 2 tombs, I think. Yes. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get rid of this one at the top. The top and bottom can get these. Back to hideable sizes. Yeah, you're very obvious and large whilst aware giraffe. Kind of very obvious. The thing is, I need dwarf corpses to not get thrown out. That's backs, and you're not a friendly goat, dwarf. All right, let's get to it. Stodier's the other one. There you are. Don't do that, please. We'll see you later, Dulkin. Take care of yourself, man. Just waiting for this crown to get put away. Put item on display. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, and unlike my Discogs, the Bandcamp is actually up to date. All right, that gets closed, and then this is going to go back to my cheating. This is a Gabbro crown. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. This object is adorned with hanging rings of alpaca wool and menaces with spikes of tower cap. On the item is an image of Cog, Mop, Pillars, the Dwarf, and in Gabbro. On the item is an image of a horseshoe crab in tower cap. On the item is an image of Mithos, Bronze Rooter, the Dwarf, in pigtail. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in tower cap. Many forgotten beasts. The forgetfulness is plural. But yeah, the plan for today is stream is going to be a little bit on the short side, so. Because believe it or not, and I think chat can probably echo this, I'm tired as shit from all the holiday stuff, and I've got a video I really want to get done. I'm pretty much 30%, 30 to 40%, because I did a little bit more work the other day into editing the next major video project, so I just kind of want to finish it. I'm far enough in now that it's like, okay, I can kind of see what I want to do with this. Now let's just sit down and do it. So I just kind of have to sit down and edit another 60 hours of footage or something. It's not quite 60. It's like 30 hours of footage. That wasn't a very long for it. I'd have to go look at the total runtime, but I think 60 is an exaggeration. Let's do these. Because, not really a spoiler, but trying to get that video done before the new year. I've got a lot of copper. So let's use some of it. Speaking of green glass, let's go all the way along here. Do green glass, and then go all the way up to here. And do green glass. So, we're going to get our start with green glass going, because it seems like our cloth creation stuff is finally starting to work too. Or rather, our bag creation stuff has started to work, so we've got a whole bunch of blocks that need to get moved and redistributed out into this walkway. So that's going to be what our lava is going to look like now. Instead of having exposed lava in all these walkways, we're going to have these over top of them. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Bandcamp. It's the reason that me and the CEO, Tim Sweeney, of Epic Games are mortal enemies, is because Tim Sweeney bought Bandcamp and then sold Bandcamp to worse people. Which was enough for me to go, well, Tim Sweeney, you and me are now mortal enemies. That's it. Can you customize the color of glass? Well, that's green glass. So green glass is green. There's clear glass, which is clear, and crystal glass, which is kind of a whitish tint. So you can have kind of like bluish glass, green glass, or whitish glass. Those are your options. You didn't know it was possible to make decent looking tombs? It's possible to make decent looking anything, it just requires some effort. Although I usually don't put the effort in, to be honest. Generally, the effort ain't worth it, but today I decided, And in this fort, I decided, you know what? Why don't we? Why don't we? Let's make a fort that has a tomb that looks nice. Yeah, I guess gem windows are kind of colored, but that's not flooring though. Glass is OP. I mean, lots of things are OP. But I don't think you used the letter O or the letter P to spell the word glass, so I don't know if I necessarily agree with this statement. All right, let's make copper bookcases. Let's make 15 of them, maybe 20. Copper coffer, chest, copper throne, copper table. Marble's your favorite color at the moment? My favorite material for color is probably jet. I really like the way it looks. It just looks so good. Let's get that done. Let's get this done. Let's start placing granite. Let's get you over here. Plop in a gabbro wall. You know, all this time I'm spending on building this library. I could have spent this on building bedrooms, which is what we actually need. But yet instead, here I am building a library going, you know, I need these bedrooms. But like, we'll get to those eventually. We really need this library though. How are these dwarves gonna read? I also have a snail that really wants to be a scholar to make a great discovery. So how else is he going to make a great discovery without a library? Come on. It's a ridiculous thought. Yeah, I don't know. I don't fully understand people's obsession with obsidian. I think it's because it's made with lava. But personally, I think obsidian is like one of the least... I don't mind engraved obsidian to a point. I think engraved obsidian can look nice. But obsidian is my least favorite color you can construct with in the game. Okay, it's just stuff collapsing. That's fine. Hopefully not on my dwarves, but, you know. Worse things have happened, so, you know, if people get crushed by collapsing caves, then, you know, it is what it is. Well, here's the thing. I do have a dormitory for them, so they're not bedless. There are beds available. There are, in fact, beds available. I think this is going to be a really nice looking library. I'm going to have to hollow out the outside of it, though. Because this isn't an Untamed Wilds biome, something I could do is I could actually go up to here and just hollow out around this and make it into a retroactive tower, which it isn't currently. Which could be really cool, I think. Because, like, if this is where it's sitting right here, right? Could just go up to here and just be like, nope. And just start hollowing this out. Without much concern for repercussions, because, I mean, you know, to hell with repercussions. From raw fire clay? Yeah, I built a whole tower like that once. And yeah, it looked fantastic. Got a Tantrumer, but we've also got a caravan that we got to trade with, so hopefully they brought some books. Have to wait a little bit for some stuff over there to get done with that. And right now you're getting to work with all these thrones and all these tables and these bookcases and these chests. Let's bring these arrows over. Ooh. Let's just type in leather. Or just armor, even. Let's also type in X. Let's just sell everything that's damaged. Porcelain is cool, although I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've had a functional porcelain industry, because I find I never get the prerequisite requirements for it, and then when I do, I'm already too far committed into a fort to, like, decide to pivot. So, like, I never really mess with porcelain, even though porcelain is neat. It is the optimal way to make a toilet joke. So I can sell backpacks. The mayor isn't currently requesting them, so. Also, moods aren't as bad as they were. They were pretty bad for a bit there, but things seem to be swinging upwards for a lot of dwarves. Rambo Ambo, what kind of dwarfhood do you want her? Dwarfhood do you wanted? I don't know what I'm saying. Also, we're in an ad break, but what kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have any preferences? Can you train a war pick? Nope. Not without modding the game. But that's a pretty easy thing to mod, though. How's your priest dwarf doing? I haven't checked in on him in a while. Well, not dead. You're not happy. Happiest doctor. Okay. Well, you're not dead. You're not happy. You're exasperated after being caught in snowstorms. You want to practice a martial art. You want to become a battle priest, I guess. Not that I blame you. So if I sort by happy and scroll until I hit this, doink. Also, you said Bone Doctor specifically? I literally have one Bone Doctor in the fort, so. It'd be this Dwarf. This guy. So if this works for you, let me know. I also need some indoor trash disposal because it turns out dwarves are a little vomity right now. It's a pretty content Bone Doctor. I mean, he's not happy, but he's aight. Rambo Ambo is confident under pressure, somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and has a sense of duty. Does not often feel lustful, has an active sense of humor and a calm demeanor, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and whispers when he's thinking about something. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, dislikes cooperation, and finds romance distasteful. Likes mudstone, aluminum, and clear tourmaline, unicorn leather, helms, and the words of the saturnine tresses, and the sight of the deserts of singing, and when possible prefers to consume giant albatross tomato wine, and absolutely hates oysters. You have a shit ton of friends. You're a member of the Diamond Communion, which is a religion that is represented here. And you're lonely, bored, and uneasy. So that's you. Tomato wine, yes, of course. I didn't invent it. You clearly are the expert because you're the one who likes it. So you do tell me exactly what it is. Because I don't know. It's probably above my pay grade, honestly. Cheers, the Musketeer, in YouTube chat. I'm feeling all right. At this mandated festive period, yes. Tomato is a fruit. You could make it into wine. You'd probably need to deal with the acidity, though. It's probably, there's a lot of acidity in tomato. Yeah, I mean, I know that you can make mushroom wine in real life. But, yeah, I don't know. I wonder where them traders is at. So my giant cheetahs are murdering the traders. This isn't the first time they've done this. So I guess it's like a safe assumption now that we're not trading. Well, crap. And then this guy over here. They don't like Giant Kitty. What can I say? I'm a bit at a loss on that one. Yep, there are no merchants trading right now. Well, this merchant is doing his bestest to leave. I'm not sure. They don't like giant cheetahs. Who hit first? The giant cheetah attacked the merchant. So my pet, maybe like the game is registering my giant cheetahs as part of a different faction than the merchants. Because this isn't the first time this has happened. This is the second time. Well, okay then. Looked it up. It's actually very normal and existed for a long time. And so, all right, then it sounds interesting. Even some recipes. Yeah, I mean, that's the fun thing about a lot of the weird alcohols in Dwarf Board is you go look them up and you find a bunch of recipes and you're like, huh, all right, maybe this is something I have to try at some point. So this is going to become our library. Hopefully we'll be able to trade with the Mountain Home again. It'd be kind of funny if we ended up just going to war with the Mountain Home. Like, that's just, it becomes the theme of the fort is just we start a civil war and total the fucking faction. We'll see. It's not really the intent, but it may happen. Wouldn't be the first time. No, I got them from adventurers, so they're tame. If you get them from enemy forts, they're also tame, and they're considered part of your faction. I think it's something to do with the adventurers coming from a human faction. But the human faction is very far away, and we have no contact with them, so it kind of doesn't make much sense to me. Actually, sorry, no, they came from an elvish faction, but again, they're very far away, and we have no contact with them, so I don't know. I kind of figured there wouldn't be any issue, but there clearly is. But you don't drink? I have a question. Why would you make deathly poisons that shorten your lifespan and then willingly give them to your friends? Just let them buy their own. This seems like a little bit of a silly decision. I don't know. I'm not certain I support this, I guess. All right, so this is going to become a library. It's not going to be public, and our first scholar, well, scholars, are going to be snails. So you. You. And you. I suppose. But I feel like alcohol is one of those things, like, in order to be able to make alcohol competently, you'd have to drink it, right? Because you'd have to do a flavor test. But what do I know? I wouldn't try making alcohol unless it was something I intended to drink, so. Just easier to do it this way. But I mean, hey, we all need hobbies, right? Another 170 days in prison, hey? Half a year or so. So I would really like to find out. Okay, so we've got 2 books, by the way. 2 books total, which are going to go into this library. What do you guys think of the aesthetics of this library? Do you guys think it's turned out looking nice? I think it looks all right. Then, yeah, I don't know why you would spend a bunch of money on an expensive hobby to make stuff that you can't even confirm if it's good or not. I don't know. That seems like a frustrating proposition to me. But I know. You live your life. You do what you want to do. Kind of looks like a target. Like a reticle. Like it's the laser cannon. Or like aiming the Death Star. It's kind of what it looks like to me. Take a little bit for books to get up in here, but... Like the sniper scope library? Yeah. It's shooting the mushrooms in the middle, you know? So, I'm just going to remove other tasks from you. Because I'd like you to go and start pondering stuff. Like you, who has gone and pondered the construction topic of the lever, which is Snail SD. Snail up here dreams of making a great discovery, which I would hope that because of this dream of creating a great discovery, you will enjoy the process of studying. That being said, may also get upset. Because wants to lead an exciting life, so maybe this will actually kind of be more difficult than I want it to be. You down here, we will remove you. And I have another snail that I can add to this. Just baked leech. Does anybody want their dwarf to be a someone who studies? What do you think, chat? If you have a dwarf in this fort, would you like to be a dwarf who wants to be a learned creature in the library or not? We're also going to bring some coffers. Plunk them down over there. But at least we've got one. Doesn't feel anything after pondering the lever. Well, at least it's not bad. Fishbone, you're already employed, unfortunately. Welcome, Fallout. There you go, you're going to ponder star charts. Ponder star charts. That's what our other snail... Why are they all standing, like, right there to ponder? Well, best of luck with your pondering. Do I have sheet? Sometimes I absent-mindedly buy it. No, I don't. So I'd have to press pigtail to make pigtail sheet, probably. Now this is becoming a lot safer. I try not to apply it to pets because I slaughter animals en masse constantly, and I don't want to be like, yeah, I slaughtered you. So I don't name pets. Example A. That's why. Do we have any bards in the fort? Nope, I'm not stupid. Why would I let, like, some randos into my fort? That seems unwise. Okay, let's get all this removed. A giant pet or a cave dragon? Yeah, I would. The heck? Baby cave dragons take 1,000 years to get to full size. It's way cooler to have cave dragon leather everywhere, so slaughter all your baby cave dragons because they're useless. And also, we're not on a map where we're really going to be getting any giant pets, most likely, because this is not a Untamed Wilds map. I mean, if you are an animal who happens to be alive in my fortress, you are a food supply. Gotta feed my people somehows. And because they can't be made into alcohol, well, they're gonna get cooked. They're so rare and stuff. Well, cave dragons aren't even remotely rare. Cave dragons are exceptionally common, especially on the lower cave layers. Taming them is a bit tricky, but getting them in large quantities already tamed is very easy. You just attack goblins. Generally, the goblin fortresses are full of them. Can you make a vampire-only fortress? I've explained this about 5 times in the last day and a half. So I'll just say, yeah, it's not fun. But sure, you can. Because they don't drink? Duh. No, it's because you need a constant churn of neutral enemies to feed them. They don't eat hostile enemies. And because you need a constant churn of neutral enemies to feed them, or neutral entities to feed them, it is like exceptionally unsustainable to have a fortress of vampires. Because you'll run out of local adventurers and you'll run out of local pops pretty quickly. And if they don't eat people, then if they're not constantly draining people of blood, which stresses them out and depresses them, by the way, if they're not constantly draining things of blood, then they go insane, or they move extremely slowly because they get tired. And draining things of blood constantly will make them go insane too, because they don't like constantly witnessing death, because they're still dwarves. So I don't. Yeah, you can. It's no fun. It sucks, but you can. Like, just watch, I know it's old now, but watch Krug Smash's, forgetting the name of it now. The bees one. Watch the series where Krug Smash made a fortress of vampires. And by the end of it, it'll start to make sense. Honey Stoker, that was the name of it. Having a handful of vampires in a fortress can be sustainable, but making a fortress of vampires is not fun. And also, you can force them to drink, but they still will become sluggish and slow and unfocused, which is a massive debuff, which basically negates all of the buffs that they get. And they get less happy thoughts because they don't get any happy thoughts from sleeping because they don't sleep. So it's harder to keep them happy. They become shitty very easily, and they're just kind of a pain. Yeah, or necromancers. I mean, I would rather have a fort full of necromancers than zombies, I would rather have a fort full of necromancers than a fort full of vampires. Because while they have some of the same issues that vampires do, they don't have all of the same issues that vampires do. Okay, so I'm just going to make a stone blocks stockpile. These, yes. Stone/clay. Stone/clay. And I'm going to need to make let's just say 10 copper mine carts. I feel like we need more dwarf altering blessings, you know? Like we have plenty, like, and this is something that'll probably happen with the progression and development of the magic stuff, but we need more blessings, because like there's adventure mode blessings, but people see a curse in fortress mode and they go, I want that. And it's like, well, it's a curse, so can you like manipulate that to your whims? Sure, but remember, it's intended as a curse. It's intended to be unpleasant, bad, and not a good thing. So, you know, just go into it with that in mind and be aware of that, I suppose. So you're kind of trying to force the game to do something that it doesn't want to do. Because the game doesn't want you to be using vampirism as a positive. Ah. I've got some crimes that are getting committed by Lorbam. Got a Tantrumer who's actually causing issues now. It's been a while since I've had a dwarf. I think I've got a couple of animals that are just bleeding. Fucking hate pets. Never thought those were a good idea. Uh-oh. Never mind. It's a pretty big fight that's breaking out. It's more than just one dwarf that's injured. It's a lot of dwarves that are injured. We have lost Catan and Lorbam. Where's my captain of the guard? Are you dead? Well, you're in hospital. That was quite the brawl. And it appears to still be going. Seems like Koga in here is getting killed. Or maybe not. Oh, nope, you cannot breathe. So yeah, no, you're dead. So are all of my doctors in hospital too? That's the question. No. So that's good. So that's 3 dead. Yeah, and I'm sure it'll get there. That stuff will come with time. Well, that was quite the tavern brawl, if I do say so myself. I'm actually just going to use this, so I don't need to do these multiple at a time. How many dwarves did we lose? 3? Looks like 4. Well, I suppose that's what happens when you convict a dwarf of a crime. Nobody's putting stuff away in tombs, but the good news is, outside of the few deaths, dwarves do seem to be recovering pretty quickly and cleaning their wounds. But yeah, I don't know. I would like to see something like the shape-shifting curse make its way into fort mode. You know, like curses that are not nearly as like game-ending, but like having a dwarf that's just a sheep for a week would be funny. And I'm kind of all for that. I think that sort of stuff would be kind of amusing. And amusing curses are not a bad thing. Because I think a dwarf becoming a sheep for a week would be significantly less detrimental than it would be in fort mode. Or in adventure mode, rather. It's only really detrimental in adventure mode. In fort mode, it's just kind of hysterical. I fucking hate pets. And pet management. Alright. There's a shape-shifting curse? Yeah, start rolling dice. In adventure mode, you may find yourself randomly a sheep for a week. It's more like transmogrify or whatever, transmog. Curse of depression? That's just my life. Let's not talk about my life as though it's a curse, okay? All right, let's update the kids' tasks and say, hey kids, I need you guys to bury. There we go. They're all on it. No, that's so good, sure. I wonder how that plays out from there. Do you start having to eat grass? I'm pretty sure everything is just exactly as normal except you... Because, like, the time it happened to me, I'll be honest with you, I didn't think about it that much. Everything is pretty much normal. You just have a sheep's body. Or a pig's body. So you can't equip weapons and whatnot. Which is kind of a pain. Believe it or not. So we're going to have to get all these teeth hauled away. Just going to take a little bit. Let's see how my scholars are doing. Not great, but they all seem to be discussing star charts up here. Bored after discussing star charts. Doesn't feel anything after discussing star chart. So Snail and Prime Minister don't really like don't like academia, I suppose. So get out. Go do something else. You'll ponder star charts alone then. And we'll continue putting all of these bodies away. From the few that died. Alright, chat. I've been streaming for 6 hours, which is about what I was planning to stream for today, because I've got some things I got to do today, and I was planning to keep today's stream a little short. Because I'm still kind of in the holiday haze, and I am, for lack of a better term, I don't know if it's come off in the stream, fucking exhausted. Like, it's hard for me to read chat and stay focused on the game. So, we definitely had some exciting events. We got our glass industry up and running. I've got this whole front door area cooked up and kind of getting there. I mean, I think using these glacier shelves as a front door is going to be a really cool aesthetic. So I'm going to be sending something out via my blog in the next few days, chat, which is going to be kind of a feedback form, but alongside of the feedback form is also just going to be an ideas form for like Fortress themes and stuff. That'll also get posted in other places, but the easiest place to find that will be on my blog or on the Discord, I guess. So if you happen to be on my Discord or if you happen to subscribe to my blog, keep an eye on your email or keep an eye on the server itself. And we'll keep you guys posted on that. Because I think that it would be useful to start building up like a spreadsheet or something of possible Fortress ideas. But it's time for us to save. It's time for me to put a marker in the chat. And for me to say, hey, Twitch chat, you guys want to go raid somebody? YouTube chat, I'm shutting you down now. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for tuning in on this Boxing Day. I will be live on Tuesday. I'm taking Friday off this week to try and finish a video game.